Good evening, everyone, and welcome back from summer recess, August 19, 2025. Our first presentation honors the people who make readiness more than a plan, they make it a reality. This evening, we recognize August as National Emergency Management Awareness Month, a nationwide campaign honoring the crucial work of emergency managers and their teams to prepare communities, lead responses, and support recovery during disasters. Here in Moreno Valley, this mission is carried out by our Office of Emergency Management and Volunteer Services, whose dedication ensures our city stays strong, prepared, and resilient before, during, and after any emergency. Tonight, we're proud to highlight their efforts. Let's warmly welcome the team. Fire Chief Jesse Park, Diana Rocket, OEM Division Manager, Douglas Ulibarri, Emergency Coordinator, Diana Serrano, Emergency Coordinator, and Philip Stalchelski, Senior Management Analyst. The Office of Emergency Management proudly supports our city, residents, businesses, and community as a whole by coordinating vital programs and services. They manage the Emergency Operations Center, disaster alert systems, citywide volunteer programs, and many other initiatives that strengthen our community resilience. Your dedication and service have truly made a difference in Moreno Valley. It is my pleasure to present you with the proclamation recognizing August as Emergency Management Awareness Month. And the proclamation reads as follows. Be ready, be resilient, recognizing August as Emergency Management Awareness Month. Whereas Emergency Management Awareness Month, established by the International Association of Emergency Managers, highlights the vital role of emergency management professionals in preparing, educating, and training our community for disasters. Whereas the Office of Emergency Management and Volunteer Services, part of the Moreno Valley Fire Department, helps residents, businesses, and organizations prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies. Whereas OEM professionals dedicate their careers to the 4 phases of emergency: management mitigation, preparation, response, and recovery by developing and maintaining emergency plans, training personnel, managing the Emergency Operations Center, issuing alerts, and coordinating citywide volunteer programs. Whereas these efforts strengthen Moreno Valley's resilience before, during, and after disasters. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley hereby recognizes August 2025 as Emergency Management Awareness Month. And now Chief Park, I'd like to share a few words with us tonight.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Although emergency management sits within the fire department, the reality is emergency management does all the things during a disaster and before a disaster that are non-fire and non-law. And in order to have a continuity of government and a continuity of operations, the emergency management department is crucial. And we really want to thank the city, their support and their leadership for providing the funding to have such a robust emergency management program. We have the best in the county. I can certainly say that without a doubt. We've looked around and we do have the best in the county. And I'm so proud of this team that our leader Diana Rocket has put together. She's been outstanding, yes. One of the points that the councilman brought up was alert and warning. That is the preview of our emergency management department, and so we urge everyone to go to the city website and sign up for alertmovel.com and alertmovel.org and go through the process to be alerted, as well as signing up for some of those third-party apps that you see out there like Watch Duty and Alert Rivco as well, because those are the true alert and warning applications that we have. And it's so paramount that when there's an emergency that we get the message out quickly and that people evacuate, and the people who set up the evacuation centers, that do the mass care and shelter, that provide the information, that work for the emergency operations, that's this team. So thank you very much, and thank you, council, for recognizing.
Thank you for your leadership and tireless efforts. A picture.
Thanks again. Thank you for all you do. Thanks for all you do. Good to see you.
Councilmember, thank you for your support.
I know, Jesse, I know. All right, so thank you and good evening, everyone, and I'd like to welcome you all to our second presentation. Thank you all again for being here tonight. It's my privilege to recognize an outstanding professional whose service sets a standard for us all, for all of us. Please join me in welcoming Air Force Staff Sergeant Stacy J. Kranis to the microphone, and let's give her a warm round of applause. Staff Sergeant Kranis serves as an installation patrolman and armorer with the 452nd Security Forces Squadron at March Air Reserve Base. Her expertise and commitment reflect a distinguished career in the United States Air Force. She has trained and mentored fellow airmen, strengthening mission readiness and operational capability across multiple Air Force Reserve bases. Her leadership also extends to serving as a sexual assault prevention and response facilitator and guiding leadership training that enhances teamwork, management, and mentorship. Her contributions have strengthened the unit cohesion, morale, and mission success, while embodying the Air Force core values: integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. It is my pleasure to present this certificate to Staff Sergeant Kranis for her outstanding achievements. So with that, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, I would just like to say thank you so much for this opportunity to represent the Air Force. This is a great honor to receive this award. I'd like to thank also my supervisor, Technical Sergeant Loshnik, right there. Thank you so much.
And I would like to thank you for your dedication and leadership and the example that you set for all of us. And so with that, we would like to give her one more round of applause as I call up my colleagues. And then do you want to come up?
Take a step back towards the, there you go. We'll keep you three gentlemen on top, and then if anyone wants to come this way, right there. There we go. All right, and 3, 2, 1. And 1, 2, 3.
All right, don't move anymore.
Go.
The important one.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Congrats.
And that concludes our second special presentation. Is that it? Okay. And so that concludes our special presentations. The meeting should be starting in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. Welcome back from summer recess. I hope everyone had an enjoyable summer and we are now back into the full swing of things. So as always, a pleasure and honor to be here in the chamber to conduct the people's business. A reminder that the City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call this meeting to order on August 19th, 2025 at 6:01 p.m. I'll look to my colleagues to see if anyone would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this afternoon, followed by the invocation. Okay, Councilmember Delgado will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and please remain standing after the pledge for the invocation given this evening by Pastor Dave Carlson from Moreno Valley Christian Assembly.
Please join me by placing your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to pray with you all tonight. Lord, we come before you tonight and we come with hearts of thanksgiving and gratitude for the mighty God that you are, for the breath that we receive when we wake up each day. Lord, I thank you for the servant leaders and those who serve our community and keep us safe and serve in making decisions and laws and rules for our community. Lord, I pray that you will bless these that give so freely and graciously. And then, Lord, just on my heart tonight, to pray for the citizens of Moreno Valley. Lord, I pray that they will find a place of safety in our city. Lord, that they will find a place of hope. Lord, those who are in a place of struggling right now, Lord, I pray that they will just strive for a way to walk in a better life, in a better way. For those who are blessed, Lord, I pray that they will live with hearts of thanksgiving and generosity to those around them. And Lord, that each of us, Lord, as we desire to live in this city and to live as citizens together in unity, Lord, that we would look for you to bless and to cover us and be with us every moment of every day. Lord, I pray that you'll be in all the decisions here made tonight that will be best for the citizens of this city, and that you will bless each one. Lord, I thank you for those who labor so hard in different areas and work, and our business owners. Lord, I pray that your hand of blessing upon them as well, and our churches and community partners and servants and our schools. Lord, we just need your covering and blessing, but we come with thanksgiving for all that you've blessed us with and for the greater things that you have in store for us as a city. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor, for that beautiful invocation and for joining us this evening. We'll go ahead and continue with the meeting into item D, which is a roll call, and I'll pass it over to our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Delgado,
Here, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Here.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item E, motions to excuse. We are all present, so we'll go ahead and move into item F, staff introductions, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Patty Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Sonia Gomez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney.
Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Angel Galache, Deputy City Manager.
Dina Hill, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager Development.
Angelica Fraustilipo, Community Development Director.
Melissa McLean, Economic Development Manager.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Claudia Torres, Special Events and Facilities Division Manager.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Sarah Mack, Chief of Police.
Thank you very much, staff. Very nice to see you. I see some tans, which is a good sign. So good to be back here with you. And before we continue, now we move into item G, but before we dive into that, would like to just make two brief comments per our city attorney's advice. I propose at this time that we move public hearing item J1 to the top of the agenda since the appellant has requested a continuance and the city attorney has recommended continuing the item to the next regular meeting of September 2nd, 2025 at 6 p.m. I would now like to call for a vote on the continuation of item J1 to the next regular meeting on September 2nd, 2025 at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And then back to normal processes for the rest of the agenda. Look to my colleagues for a motion and a second, or any questions or comments before we approve the order of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the order agenda.
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second to approve the order of the agenda. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. Next, we'll go ahead and move into item H, which is public comments on matters not on the agenda. A friendly reminder that the city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code at the speaker's sign-up table by the double doors. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk staff know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad ahora ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gusta usar este servicio, avísenle a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I'd like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to comment on non-agenda items?
Thank you, Mayor. We sure do. The first three speakers are Magda Stewart, followed by Fred Banuelos, followed by Dr. Mary McBean.
Good evening. Yes, you can come right up to the mic, and as soon as you begin, the 3 minutes will start.
All right, thank you so much. City Manager, Mayor, and Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Magda Stewart, and I'm the CEO for the Trauma Intervention Programs of Riverside County, also known as TIP. First, I want to thank you and your first responders for the continued partnership and support. I'm here to personally invite you to our upcoming 18th Annual Heroes with Heart Awards Gala on October 3rd, where we recognize our first responder partners for going above and beyond. This year, we have some nominees from your city. If you haven't already, you will be receiving an official invitation. I also wanted to invite the folks here tonight and at home to consider becoming TIP volunteers. Our next volunteer training academy is in October, starting on the 9th, and it will be held at your sheriff's station. Anyone interested in becoming a volunteer with TIP, they can go to tiprivco.org. That is tiprivco.org. And we also have some flyers with us tonight if anybody is interested. So thank you so much. I hope we see you guys at our Heroes with Heart Awards dinner, because we do have some nominees from the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are Fred Benuelos, followed by Dr. Mary McBean, followed by Christopher Baca.
Hello, everyone. Trespass forms. Riverside Police recently hosted a free open house where you can complete, notarize, and submit the new forms due to SB 602. They have to be filled out, I guess, annually, and you have to notarize them. I'm wondering if our Sheriff's Department or our city can do the same, because I'd get a lot of people that would come to that. Security ordinance. I wonder if we get an update on that. I'd love to have, security at Iris and LaSalle. We still have an ongoing problem with vagrants loitering. They seem to like that area behind Starbucks. And it's really kind of funny because they're loitering right by the no loitering sign. So, but that's an ongoing problem. I also see it happening on Alessandro, just east of Paris. It seems like people are hanging out there, and I don't know if people can come and help them out with outreach, but they're sleeping on the grass over there. Parking control officer. I think we need one because we're always getting people, breaking the law and parking in bike lanes. I'd like to see one going out and enforcing the no parking in bike lanes when people are parking in those areas. We have an issue by Pedro Reina Park, where that's a 50-mile-an-hour per zone, and they're constantly parking there. I don't want anybody to get hurt. When bicyclists have to go around those cars, there's a possibility that they can get injured and killed. When people are parked there and they open their door to the cars in the number 2 lane, there's a possibility that somebody's going to hit those doors and hit a person. So that's why I really think that we need to get a lot of enforcement in that area, because it just keeps on happening. And I'd rather see, do I got more time? What happened here? I'd rather see,
yeah, please go ahead and continue.
Sorry, okay. Let's see, I got messed up, but we really need enforcement out there. Next thing I'd like to talk about is our animal control trucks. I'd really love to see them marked. I don't see them marked, and I want to show, pride in our animal control that they're marked and not just having just the city of Moreno Valley on them. The other thing is, I believe our city purchased motors for our deputies, so I don't want police on there, but I'd like to see our city logo on there, or serving proudly Moreno Valley, something like that on the motors, if we can get something like a little sticker on there. And do I got 3 minutes again? What the heck is going on here, man?
Yeah, sorry, some technical difficulties with the clock.
That'll be it. I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Dr. Mary McBean, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by James Armour.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. First, I'd like to talk on 2 issues tonight. One is a motto for the Environmental Preservation Commission, and the next one is the upcoming breast cancer awareness event that will be held August 30th at Towngate Park. But before I start on either one, I have to do a shout out to Councilwoman Baca and Angela Vasto. They're our partners with the Environmental Historical Society, and they guide us and they help us and they keep us on track. And we're trying very hard to build up the commission board, and with their help, we're making a pretty good slug at it. Okay, with that said, I'd like to talk about the breast cancer awareness, and then I'll talk about the motto. I am a breast cancer survivor. I'm 17 years free. And breast cancer is one of the leading causes of death between Black and brown women. And most women don't know they have breast cancer because there are no symptoms. It's a silent killer. And so I found my lump in my classroom. I'm a nurse, I'm an educator. I was checking my breast and showing my students during a demonstration, and I found my own lump. Well, because I am an educator, I knew what to do and I got help right away. But there are women in our city who do not know what to do and they don't get help and they die. I also want to let you guys know men get breast cancer. So when you come to the event on August 30th, we're going to have booths up talking, Mayor Cabrera doesn't know it, but he's going to talk about men with breast cancer. And Baca is going to talk about women with breast cancer. So I'll leave that for now. So let me talk about the motto. Our commission board came up with what we thought was the beginning of a motto for the city and for our commission board. A motto is an opportunity for the city to shine, okay? It's a slogan, it's a phrase, and it also promotes tourism, it promotes economic development, and it's used to draw attention to what we're doing in the city as far as our heritage and where we came from and where we're going. And we have to pay homage to the people who came before us. So that's why it's important for us to have a motto. Am I okay with my time? Okay.
20
seconds. 20 seconds. So I'll stop right there. I just want to say that I hope you adopt our motto and review it very carefully because it's tied to our heritage. If you look back at how this city began, and I went online and I did some research, and the only faces I see are black and brown. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, just a friendly reminder that there is also public comment specifically for that item, just in case if anybody is here to speak on the motto, you can get 3 minutes to speak on that as well later on in the agenda. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mack.
The next three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by James Armour, followed by John.
Good evening, council, staff, and community. What I want to talk to you about tonight is an ongoing problem, an issue going on in our city that I think needs to be addressed. Similarly to an ordinance that Mr. Darrell Terrell has been propagating throughout the state, which is, it deals with catalytic converters, and it's one and you're done, which is basically if you're in possession of a catalytic converter, you're in violation. You need to have proof, and you get fined and jail time or whatever the case may be. But previous to that, you can have up to 9 catalytic converters in your back seat, and there was no questions asked. So that ordinance has passed in many cities. We need to do something here in this city regarding the backflow devices that are mostly in apartment complexes and shopping centers. These backflow devices are worth a lot of money. It costs, every time one gets stolen, it costs these businesses and apartment businesses thousands of dollars to replace. And that ends up costing the consumer or the tenants in apartment buildings. Eventually it's gonna cost. So rather than spending a lot of money on unnecessary things that you're going to talk about later, maybe the city can implement some type of program where they can advise people on how to protect and be aware of what's going on. A lot of people have no idea that these things are being done, that they're being stolen. And it's mostly the homeless, but there are a lot of other people that know the value of these. Mostly the homeless do it for recycling of the brass, but it's also very expensive, and it can be taken to pawn shops. It can be put on Facebook Marketplace, and it can be sold at to people that are looking for one. That need to have it replaced. Just off the back, one of those devices is worth $1,000. It can be sold for a couple $100, and they'll inform somebody they need one, and that person will go out there and take care of that. So we need an ordinance, and we need a program to inform people to be on the lookout. We also need to put in money maybe to help businesses and apartment complexes to protect the backflow devices. One sad issue that I got when I'm doing some of my investigation right now on this is that a lot of people do not report this to the police department because they simply say, some of them have actually stated that why bother? They tell us to report it to insurance. So that's really sad. You know, the city really needs to look into this and help to keep this crime that's going to affect everybody in the city. Thank you.
The next two speakers are James Armour, followed by John.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. It's nice to see you guys again. Today, I brought my friend Sean. He's been helping us since day one, since when Mobile Free Market started, all the way to doing homeless outreach. And so without him, none of this would have never been possible. So I just want to give big props to Sean because he's been such a huge help giving back to the city. And so I wanted to do an impact report, and I wanted to talk about a new finding that I've seen in the power of policy. So far this year, we have served 1,154 individuals, with 680 of them being unhoused, and housed 62 individuals off the streets. And that is with the help of our interns from Grand Canyon University and Poly Humboldt. We have BSW and MSW interns that we are supervising every week, and it's been pretty amazing. And we're still working on the contract with Cal Baptist University. And then again, with my doctorate, we have a partnership with the COC now. And so what we're planning on doing is bringing street outreach with us when we do homeless outreach. The street medicine, I mean, so we can be able to link individuals to medical services immediately and build that trust. But ever since, I don't know if it has to do with the Trump administration's new policy that just came out, but usually when Gavin Newsom's order happened, when they when he ordered to dismantle the encampments, we noticed that the individuals on the streets, sometimes they would be gone. Normally we would see them at the encampments that they would be at, but they always would come back, right? This month when we did homeless outreach, we drove around for 2 hours and we were only able to serve 12 people. It was very rare. That's never happened. All of the spots we went to where normally there would be encampments, people sleeping behind certain things, usually people would be there. If it wasn't the same faces, it would be new faces, right? But this time it was dead. I don't know if it's going to continue to be that way, but a lot of the unhoused have been telling us that they're very scared to be on the streets because they're claiming it's now illegal to be homeless, right? So I just wanted to share that. I thought that was pretty interesting. My goal is to be able to bring the street outreach team and drive around the city in our new bus that we got donated from the RTA as a team with the crisis team from RUHS. But if it's going to be dead, it's going to be hard, right? Because if we're driving around, we're not seeing too many individuals, but we're going to keep trying. And it's a great opportunity for the street medicine because they get to practice doing their vitals and wound care. And then for us, we're just continuing to build that trust and try to link individuals to our case managers so we can get them off the streets any innovative way we can. So thank you, guys.
The next three speakers are James Armour, followed by John, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening. My name is John Cagley. I'm actually with Dutch Bros Coffee. I did have a question. Item J1 was my agenda for tonight, and it was pulled off. I'm kind of wondering why that was, because I am the applicant. I did not ask to be removed from the agenda tonight.
Thank you. At this time, I'll just look to staff just to make sure that we follow proper protocol, or maybe just repeat the announcement that we made earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was under the impression that the applicant knew it was also going to be continued. But I still, nonetheless, I still support the continuance.
Under what grounds?
So I'll definitely defer to our city attorney, and this is just a standard. We don't go back and forth.
Well, no, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I was a little confused when the city council was saying that the applicant may ask for a continuance and it did not.
The appellate.
The appellate. Okay, so under my understanding, the appellate would have notified us of a continuance before the night of the event, and also based on the appellant filing his motion, tonight would have been to be presented in front of you to move the project forward. So I'm a little concerned that appellant can, at the last minute, when I have people here that flew in for this meeting, can ask to be continued to a later date. There's an individual that called me earlier today telling me that you guys would probably continue it because the agenda item was your calendar was too full, not that the appealant asked to continue this item. So I'm a little concerned about a little truthfulness in the procedure here.
So I'll just defer to staff, and maybe
you
outside of
can
public
contact
comment,
me.
you can talk directly to staff.
Yeah, sir, you can contact me.
Well,
and I can give you.
that's why I'm a little concerned, because obviously staff didn't contact us before the meeting tonight.
Understood. I think just we'll go ahead and connect you directly to staff, so
Thank
we
you.
don't do this during public comment, since we went through a different procedure for this. So I would just ask staff to communicate directly with you and make sure they get you the right information.
Thank you. Can city attorney meet me outside now? Thank
Yes, right after public comment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. I can't believe what I just heard out of this the man that just left, John. What is really going on here? With a lot of things that are supposed to be coming over the horizon, as far as the in and out, Daryl Terrell mentioned at one of the last planning commissions. What's going on with that? There was supposed to be 2 drive-throughs on the east side of town by the Jack in the Box on that side. We need that because our in and out is out there by the freeway, off ramp, trying to get in. Takes you about 45 minutes to get a burger there. What's really going on in our community here? What's going on, staff? I mean, are we gonna try to strong arm the developer over there in that end? That's what I want to know. I thought this was gonna come a long time ago. I wasn't even gonna go there, but this Dutch guy from Dutch Brothers, I mean, come on. Why wasn't he even told? That's not right. That tells the developer, screw you, we do what we want here. When we're ready, we'll meet and talk to you. We should be begging them to come here. We need that Dutch Brothers on this side, on the east side of town, because we could support that. We could support another in and out. People go all the way to Riverside, Van Buren. People go all the way to Banning. I think there's one out there too, because they got to wait in line for 45 minutes to get a burger here. There's enough of put it on the shelf. We'll get to it. We're discussing it. We're still negotiating. Forget all this red tape negotiating. Let's just get it going. We're behind every community here in this county. Riverside, they took everything from us. They got it all on all over there off Van Buren, and you know what I'm talking about. Then you got Paris, they're building. You got Redlands, Banning, Beaumont. Oh, we don't want the trucks here. They're still on our freeway. They're passing us by and giving us the finger and taking our dollars with them. We buy those products they bring into the community that are in those warehouses in Paris and Banning and Beaumont and Redlands and Riverside. When are we going to get our piece of the pie here? Because everything you send, a long message to the developer, screw you, you want to play, you got to pay. That's what it's about here. I mean, it's so obvious now. We're not the base over here. We're not the base. We don't have that luxury. We're we're the second largest city in Riverside County, but we need to man up and do the right thing for the community because we're so far behind all these other people, Riverside, everywhere. Banning, Beaumont, Paris, I'll say it again. We're so far behind. Our city is starting to look like San Bernardino, where the old mall is. That's how bad it is. I'm raising my grandkids here. I'm not raising them, but their parents are. And a lot of other people are too. A lot of the people, they leave town. They go home after. They don't got to live in this city. They don't have to worry.
The next speaker is Legal Citizen.
You never know, ICE might be around here. I wanted to talk a little bit about, I was reading in the paper about the United States government destroyed 500 metric tons of food that was destined for the Sudan, Afghanistan, countries that the United States traditionally throughout the years have helped with starvation, medical aids, whatever. And, that's wrong. I mean, you know, the good Lord said, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. Well, I didn't see you. Yeah, but what you do to me, you do to your brother, or vice versa. And if there's anyone looking for a job with ICE, there's a $50,000 bonus on top of the bounty. So, you know, and they're hiring 10,000. They currently have 21,000. And they've got a budget of $30 billion. And the last thing I want to talk about is how our county, city, even state and federal officials are being dealt with. You know, Democratic Representative Nicole Collier of Texas is being held inside of the Capitol against her will because she refuses to sign a document saying that she could be escorted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to keep an eye on her because, you know, the Democrats took off because they didn't want to vote on the gerrymandering bill. And, you know, these are things that, you know, that we're going real deep into the, you know what, the abyss. And believe me, it's going to come here too. Because if these people are hiring that many ICE agents, well, it's because they want it to be at a larger scale where they can do more states, more cities, more counties. So eventually it'll be here. And, you know, all they got to do is look at the color of your skin. That's all they're doing. And because you can tell just by all the cities they target. That's why I put on that application, legal citizen. So if they're hearing, I got my ID. Thank you.
The next speaker is Roy Bleckard.
Well, we're back to the daily grind at the city zoo. After 2+ months off, nobody noticed. I guess I'm noticeable because I'm getting comments on my hairdo and my wardrobe. It's probably another sad thing is I'm more famous than the city itself. I listened to some of the speakers on the way in. Most of you don't have the connection to this place I do. This is my native land. Been here for 64+ years. Seen a lot. Seen the good, the bad, the ugly. Until we get back the sense of community we used to have, you're just going to see the perpetuation of what we live today. Every day I see us sinking deeper in the abyss around here, in this community. I don't know what it will take to motivate people to care, to have them show up and take an interest in their school, show up at the school board, show up at these meetings. I look around and it's gone, mostly. Today would have been my mom's 85th birthday. Be the first one she didn't be here on the top side of the grass. But I'm glad most of my relatives, my dad, my mom, and a lot of others that came before them, are not seeing what's happening today. I hope we can turn it around. I hope everybody will join hands and do that. We'll see.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments not on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well for coming out this evening. We'll go ahead and move now to item I, which is the joint consent calendars, section I. And before I open the consent calendar for public comment, I will bring it back to the dais and ask my fellow council members if there are any items that they wish to remove from the consent calendar for separate action. Seeing no requests at this time, we will go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on the consent calendar?
We do, Mayor. The speaker we have is Riley Peak.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So I was really surprised when I saw this item on our agenda when it was first posted earlier last week. This is the first I've ever seen of the Parks, Community Services, and Trails Commission's annual report, which this is very surprising since I am a member of the commission. We didn't discuss this, we didn't see it, we didn't vote on it, we didn't have any part of it. So everything was added by city staff, and so we didn't know the contents of this report. And the way I feel is that if we're giving a report on behalf of the commission should be the one to submit that report and should be the one to have action on that report and have all the information on that report. And it shows that what are our other commissions? Did they create their report? Did they have any work on their report? Did they vote on it? And it brings up an issue of how our commissioners we're fundamental to the government process. We provide a public voice. We are the main public voice when it comes to deliberation. And we are actively taking away our deliberation of the public. The commissioners, while you all do the public business, we also do the public's business as well. Although we serve in this advisory position, this report is one of our main actions that we do under municipal code. And it just takes away and takes away and takes away more of our work and more of what makes us commissioners and what makes us proud of the work that we do. I'm not going to speak for all the commissioners, but I believe that most of them, the public service is truly their passion, and they do it with heart. And this takes away that heart. It aches away at the heart because we're not the ones involved in the decisions that our names are on. That's kind of like, we're kind of like the partners that don't do any work on the group project, but we slap our name on it. And so I feel like the report either shouldn't be accepted or that it shouldn't have our name on it if we aren't the ones that made the report. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. What's going on here? This is what, it puzzles me. I wasn't even going to speak on this. Why don't this young man know what the hell's going on? He's on that committee. Who's making the decisions here? What about we the people, for the people, by the people? What happened to that? What about one nation under God? What happened to that? You know, these young students, they put all their energy and time and their heart into this, and this is what happens. They come to me, they don't know, just like the Dutch guy. I'm just appalled. Why? I guess there's a reason, but nobody gave them a reason why. When were they going to know? When were you going to give them a call? When were you going to notify them? When were they going to get the memo? What is going on in our city? What's really, really, really going on now? I mean, last time I was here, I left on a pretty high note. But I come back and see, come on. Maybe I'm in the wrong. If I am, oh wow. But come on, where's the answers? Who's going to answer? Who's going to answer to what happened here 2 times today? Thank you.
That completes all of public comments on tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our public speakers. We will go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any questions, deliberation, and motion and vote. So I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments at this time.
Actually, I know we already voted on taking the consent calendar as one item, but I didn't realize that, I thought this was one of the K items. The annual advisory boards, and I know I spoke to at least one other person in the dais that said they wanted to speak with their staff liaison on the item, so I know in order to pull it out of the consent, I'd have to get consensus up here, so do you guys mind if we pull I-4 out and hear the staff report that we heard you say that you were gonna give? And then I think we have some of our commissioners here for this item.
MPT?
Yep.
You can actually still, because we're still on consent.
No,
And-
we did this before and he wasn't, no. We have to all agree to pull it off because we already voted to take it as one item. Right? Where's the?
No, we
oh,
haven't.
this is
It
here.
could still be taken as one item, but
Okay,
there
but
could
we
just be a
hear all the
question,
reports?
there could be a question
Correct.
related to I-4 as to how it was developed, why it was developed, per ordinance 1022. And then that will give you some more information to make informed decisions as to how the body council would like to proceed.
If that's okay with you, Mayor Pro Tem, we can definitely just go into questions and kind of get some of that information from the staff report, or if the council is open to it, going back, taking a vote, and changing the action we already took.
Can we accomplish the same thing by just listening to the staff report, answering questions, and then having?
You could possibly, unless the body decides to have each commission and each department liaison provide a separate report for each commission, which after you ask some questions, hear what the responses are, might give you more information to make that decision because it's purely predicated off of Ordinance 1022.
And that was predicated over my desire to have some reporting back from our commissions. But I was under the impression that it would be like, we have 2, 4, 6, 9 commissions here reporting. I figured like 1 month, 1 or 2 would come and they'd be able to come and speak and share their feelings, their accomplishments, their annual goals that they're working on and stuff like that. Like this is just receive and file, and I know I spoke to at least one commissioner that says, oh no, I'm here to present with my staff liaison, and he thought he was going to be presenting. This is not what was when we talked about doing this kind of reporting back.
So based on the development of ordinance number 1022, which was approved by council in April 2025, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I don't have the exact date as to the actionable item, but I believe it was April 2025 this year, in which the ordinance was written that each department liaison of a commission would provide the commission's activities over the past 12 months in a report to council. It didn't discuss the means, the modes, the mediums, and so therefore in the city attorney developing this particular staff report and working with the department liaisons of those commissions, literally it was asked of the department liaisons what have been the activities over the last 12 months. So going back through their minutes, they're able to develop these reports, which culminated in this particular item. It is not specific or specified within ordinance number 1022. So if we want to be able to specify in more detail, we could always do that, or it would be up to the purview of the body of council to go ahead and direct the city clerk in a manner that still works within ordinance 1022. So there's an annual report. It's just you guys are directing the manner, the mode, the median in which that occurs.
Okay, so then I'm just going to comment on some of the commissions, the ones that I'm the liaison for, starting with the 2024-25 Annual Commission Report from the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission. We have 6 commissioners. One, it says 7 on the report, but there's 6 because one has resigned. They're currently working on their city flag redesign. They do Earth Day, and they have adopted a road and are doing cleanups so that they can get their commission on a street sign. The commission has had 9 regular meetings and 3 special meetings, and many of them are here tonight on another item as well. So thank you, commissioners, for coming out tonight. Angelica, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. One of the items that the EHPC is currently working on is a flag redesign, and that is currently open for submissions through October 13th. So we encourage the community to submit your designs, and the EHPC is very excited about that, and we hope to have a new flag by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Director. Are there any further questions or comments, or maybe any other? I guess if I may just provide some brief comment as well, is I do agree as well that I think part of the initial thought of what we all approved, which culminated in this, I think was to have the commissioners themselves, or at least a chair, a representative from the commission to come and provide a report, give an update, and all of that. I appreciate what's on the agenda. I think it would be best to give our commissioners an opportunity to personally come up and have allocated time on our agenda to provide these updates, and we can go into more detail. So I definitely would be open to that and figure out what that structure looks like, what the schedule looks like, because it is a lot of commissions and it could take up a lot of time. But I definitely am open to exploring that.
I would recommend having 2 per meeting or 2 per month, and that would give them plenty of time. That way we're not doing 7 per night and then once a year. So we do 2 per meeting or 2 per month. And because we did all agree that they should come out and report back. And I'm looking at the senior citizen, they're doing a lot of stuff, and nobody really knows about it unless I say something. But what do you think?
That's what I remember. I think the intent was that the commissioners are out here and reporting.
So I think there's just been, I agree, but like we've always discussed, sometimes we need to be more clear about the directions that we give. So I agree that we should probably have 1 to 2 come out every month with a designated allotment of time so that they are aware you have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, what is going on, what is happening, and I think we've also always agreed that it should be whoever the chair is, and if the chair is not available, the vice chair, to come out and do 5 minutes. So I personally, I'm fine with the report that was given, because in general, I do like having an overall, because we always do have questions regarding who's attending the meetings, absences, and that's what this report in general gave, was like who is attending, who wasn't there, just so that we know whether or not the commissions and boards are working or thriving the way that we all expect them to. So I think that's probably the best direction moving forward. So I think an annual report like this, just to give us a general, is good, but we should have at least 1 to 2 of the commissions come out with either the chair or the vice chair, whoever's available, 5 minutes. We just designate to let them discuss whatever's going on.
So does this have to be on the P items that we asked to put it on the agenda for the next meeting?
Yeah, to formalize it, or?
So I, in talking with the city clerk, we had a quick powwow as staff was talking and MPT were talking. So thank you, Mayor, MPT, and council members. Sorry for the miscommunication and how the ordinance 1022 was drafted. So I think a few things. City clerk can definitely work on preparing a schedule and working with the department liaisons and getting 2 per month, and that way we're able to finish that out over the year. They'll be dedicated on a specific month for each year. We'll also have to revise ordinance 1022. We'll go ahead and make those revisions, bring it back for first read, second read, and adoption. Make sure that way council has their ability to approve that in detail. That will also then culminate and dictate what staff is doing to ensure compliance with that particular ordinance as required by council. But we will already start working on the revisions of the ordinance, bring that back in due time, as well as start working with the liaison staff members and the commissioners to get them established on a schedule. Bless you. They'll know their schedule. We'll work that schedule into the actual ordinance itself. So that way all future commissioners will know what their scheduled month is for their presentation. It will specify the time frame as well as what should be included in the reports and so forth. So we'll get all that worked out here fairly quickly. In fact, you might even see the revision of the first read for ordinance 1022 on September 2nd.
Awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you
sorry
so
about
much.
that.
Just
Thank
to
you.
Correct and move forward, right? Thank you so much. And thank you, commissioners. I see 7 commissioners in the room, so thank you for coming out tonight.
Well, and sorry for the commissioners as well. One, for wasting your time tonight, and two, for not formally bringing you through this process as we were just going off the spirit and the written word and the ordinance. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will go ahead and continue then with that. Thank you for clarifying, and we'll look forward to that coming back to the council at a future meeting. And we will return to where we were, which is still just questions, comments, potentially a vote for the consent calendar. So I'll just look to my colleagues again for any other requests.
I don't have any questions, but I'd move to approve the consent calendar.
I second it.
Thank you. There is a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries. And we will go ahead and move to the next part of our agenda, which is K, since J1 was continued. And so item K, general business. Public comment on each general business item shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker and must pertain to the subject matter under jurisdiction. Those wishing to testify are encouraged to complete a blue speaker slip to the city clerk's staff. Item K1 is ordinances adopting 2025 Green Building Code and amendments thereto for energy efficient single-family air conditioners. And we'll turn it over to our staff, specifically our city attorney.
Angelica.
Good
Director
evening,
Fausto
Mayor.
Lupo for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. The item tonight is a item on the Climate Action Plan and the Energy Code. And I actually would like to pass it over to City Attorney Steve Quintanilla. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, this is actually more of a building code issue that happens to come up in the context of planning that shifted over to the city attorney's office because it's a legal procedural issue as well. So what you have in your on the agenda tonight, and that's in your agenda packet, are 2 ordinances, and they both do the same thing. They adopt the 2025 California Energy Code, which is considered to be a uniform code that applies across the state. And we're not only adopting the 2025 California Energy Code, we're adopting it with amendments that will require newly installed air conditioners within single-family residences, newly installed, to comply with certain energy-efficient measures that are cost-effective and will contribute to meeting the state's mandated requirements to reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the local level. So this is actually a good thing when it comes to climate. Now, these standards will help shore up the city's climate action plan that is currently out for public review and inspection. And in this climate action plan, it's going to be a newly revised climate action plan. It's going to be presented to the city council at a public hearing coming up soon, I would say probably in October, November. I should mention that it's critical that based on the new legislation that was adopted this year, that these standards be adopted prior to September 30th, 2025, so that the city may benefit from these greenhouse gas emission reduction measures, which will shore up the effectiveness and the legality of our newly revised climate action plan that's coming forward. Also, I'd like to point out that there's been some confusion or ambiguity over how to adopt these kind of measures since the guidance that's been provided by the state and these other organizations have been evolving since this legislation took effect. And so this is why the initial ordinances that were presented in the agenda packet were replaced, and they were redrafted to adopt and amend not the 2025 Green Building Code, but the 2025 California Energy Code. So initially, it was being suggested by these various organizations that in order to implement these energy efficient measures, that they should amend the Green Building Code. And as of last Thursday, that switched to suggesting that cities should be amending the 2025 California Energy Code. In any event, the reason why there is a regular ordinance and an urgency ordinance in the agenda packet is to ensure that we do have an ordinance that takes effect, in case we miss any meetings, that take effect prior to September 30, 2025, because the urgency ordinance, based on the findings that we included in the agenda, in the ordinance, and in the staff report, allows the City Council to introduce and adopt an ordinance without having to wait for the 30-day referendum period to expire immediately. So we will have an urgency ordinance in effect if the City Council adopts it today. And in the event we're challenged on the urgency findings, by the time a lawsuit is filed, we'll have a regular ordinance in effect by that time. So finally, I'd like to mention that this new legislation also requires that the City Council make a finding that these energy efficient measures are cost effective for the homeowner. And because of that, we've asked our city's climate action plan consultants to do an analysis of these energy efficient measures, which they do, and they included a memo that concludes and determines that these are cost-effective measures. And so we included those findings in the ordinance. So when you adopt that ordinance, you adopt those findings. And speaking of our climate action plan consultants, we have here today Emily Saul and Eric Feldman of Rincon Consultants. They have successfully worked on a number of climate action plans for various cities in California. And so they are experts in the field. And so I invited them here today to address any of the technical questions that this city attorney cannot answer. So with that said, if the City Council has any questions after, now or after we take public comment, they're available to answer those technical questions, and I'll be available to answer any legal procedural questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. Appreciate the staff report there. And we will go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
So I don't know if I direct it to you or to the.
Just ask it.
Okay. So my air conditioner breaks. So now this ordinance passes, my air conditioner breaks. I'm required to, one of two things, get a air conditioner that meets the new state standard. Right. Or go get a what do they call it? Heat pump. And heat pump replaces natural gas for your heater. It is electric. Is that the two options?
Yeah. Before today, I had no idea what a heat pump was, and our consultants can explain what that is and how it functions and how it's cost effective and energy efficient.
Can we briefly like skim over it for the members of the public?
Of course. Good evening again, council members. So this ordinance is essentially a time of replacement ordinance. like you said, when a homeowner's existing air conditioner dies or reaches the end of its life, homeowners can then, under this REACH code, do one of two pathways. They can either still install a traditional HVAC system. Just this HVAC system would need to meet a few additional energy efficiency requirements, or they could do a heat pump in place of the traditional HVAC unit. And heat pumps, they use electricity, and they're essentially a HVAC unit or an air conditioner with an additional valve so that they can do both heating and cooling. And they're just essentially a lot more energy efficient on their own.
And the cost would be to the homeowner. And then who does the inspections? Like, okay, so I replace it, but who's going to ensure that these new appliances, these new air conditioners are meeting the standard of the new code?
So the city has enforcement authority over these ordinances. Is somebody here from building? But
Good evening. We don't have staff from building here this evening. However, when a building permit is issued, then we do have inspections as part of that process. So that's how we would help enforce.
Okay.
And additionally, when somebody comes in to pull a permit to install a new air conditioner, a new heat pump, new energy savings, energy efficient items, with this particular ordinance, it would also be the responsibility of the city to provide some additional information as to what those energy efficient items are, where you can get more information about them, plus California rebates, SCE rebates, SoCal gas rebates, and so forth. So therefore, the city would also be working on a media campaign with planning, building, safety, or community development in its entirety to work on how to provide the constituents the information. Also, remember that just because this is approved prior to September 30th, it doesn't become effective until 1/1/26. So it will give time for our department, our media, to be able to build up those particular processes, as well as additional informational pieces for individuals, for businesses and contractors coming in to pull those types of permits.
And just to be clear, this is not a Moreno Valley, our idea that we came up with. This is a state issue that we're coming into compliance with.
So yes, with the climate action plan being a new item as part of the general plan, as the state has mandated, a multitude of jurisdictions, municipalities, 483 in the state, are working with working with consultants, and they are literally working with the state's REACH team. And the REACH team is actually saying, in order to get your climate action plan, or in order to get your plan, blah, 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 approved by the state, you are going to need to reference the energy code. So it is, in essence, a way for the state to have local jurisdictions do REACH ordinances, which basically a REACH ordinance just states that we are going above and beyond state law at the local jurisdiction. It's a great way for the state to get, without legislation, get jurisdictions to do what they need to do because of these new particular plans that need to be approved, such as the climate action plan.
Thank you, Brian.
So one of the primary purposes of this ordinance is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And in our climate action plan, we're required by law to have certain objectives and goals as far as reducing greenhouse gas emissions at the local level by within a certain time frame. And this is just one piece of that puzzle, or one tool in the toolbox to meet those objectives.
Thank you guys for that explanation.
I have a question. So just like the new homes are required to have the gas stoves, right? Or electric ones, right? But as a homeowner, I purchase a home, I can go out and buy an electric gas stove and put it in aftermarket, right? So these homes, somebody could still go out and buy an air conditioner and
Yes.
put it in. It's okay.
Right now, the state does not have net neutrality, and they do not have no gas appliances. There is a move, a shift from the environmental justice groups and legislation, and legislators would love to do that. But right now, you are correct.
Okay.
I can also add back to the point on cost effectiveness.
Yes.
That because these two pathways under the REACH code, the heat pump and also the traditional HVAC pathway with the additional energy efficiency requirements, because both of these pathways are very energy efficient, they're actually going to save people money over the long term. And when you consider the incentives that are currently available to residents as well, there's going to be even more cost savings. And these types of details are included in the memo that was attached to the agenda packet.
I'm just concerned because, I mean, it's way more cost effective to get an electric car as well, but we're slow to adopt, so I don't want to push when everybody's not ready to adopt. But
Yeah.
as long as there's still choice, we're okay with that. So
Definitely
thank
still
you so
choice, not requiring any specific technology. And this REACH code also, the language was developed by the California Energy Codes and Standards team. So there are many jurisdictions like Moreno Valley considering this REACH code and trying to push it through right now as well.
Thank you so much.
And I should also mention too that, one of the benefits of the state providing the city with the authority to enforce these regulations is that gives us the opportunity to work out these situations with some of the residents on the installation or the non-installation of these measures.
I have a question. So the regulatory and the enforcement component of the ordinance, it's based on the homeowner or the contractor that goes to the city and pulls a permit and gets that treatment, right, of the ordinance, and not necessarily, if someone just wants to go and buy a unit and
They don't have
install.
to deal with the state.
Well, and in that situation too, it's not like we're going and inspecting every home. So if somebody on their own goes and puts a patio cover on and never gets it permitted with the city, it's the same thing as going and buying a gas oven, a gas dryer, or a new AC. If they're not going through the city to permit it, the city isn't coming knocking on your door asking to do inspections in your home.
That's what I was getting at.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one other thing on this topic, because assuming this gets adopted and it gets implemented starting 1/1/26, it's not really our duty, I don't think, but just to ensure that we make these transitions as easy as possible, especially for consumers and our constituents that might find themselves in a situation where they're having to upgrade their HVAC system and coming into City Hall to get the proper permits and documentation. Another part of it is the private sector component of this, right? One thing is to put in place legislation or policy or change the code. Another thing is if and when a consumer needs that HVAC system that meets the specifications that are being required by the state, we got to make sure that that product is available on shelves here in the city of Moreno Valley as well. So just wanted to make sure we mention that because, again, I don't think that's not really our jurisdiction, but it wouldn't hurt to make sure we reach out to our local businesses in the city and let them know, hey, we're slightly ahead of the game, and let's make sure that you have that product on the shelf available for consumers. I'll look to my colleagues once again to see if there's any comments, any further questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, staff, for the staff report as well. And we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. I'll go ahead and open that at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Justin Jackson, followed by David Zeitz.
More evidence. Moreno Valley cannot stop doing stupid. We're going to take the choice away. Yeah, let's get into it. The young lady, all of you, anytime you want to come in, we'll broadcast and debate what's going on here. You're driving the price of everything where you cannot afford it. Oh yeah, let's jack natural gas up out of the moon so you can't afford it, and then we'll come up with these phony studies, just like Mary Nichols did with CARB, of the whole AB 32 that was phonier than a $3 bill. Quit running people into the ground. If you want a gas stove to cook your food, then you should be able to have it. We're running a more communistic society, like Pete used to say, every day with this stuff. Again, stand up. Stand up, every one of you. I will provide the venue to do it, not where you're controlling it, because you guys do not know accountability, transparency, or anything, because you will not accept the challenge. You're going to shove it down our throats, just like you did then. You know who's on Drill Baby Drill from Donald J. Trump? Gavin Newsom. Because he's driving gas prices to $5 to $6 to $9, dumping the refineries and stuff. Go look at the reports. He's over there groveling to big oil that's been the big boogeyman. And you know what about climate change and all this stuff and greenhouse gases? You know the frickin' fire that went on? That's like 10 years of everything that mankind does at all times. We have almost zero impact on this stuff. But they're driving the costs of everything. You should be telling the state of California and Gavin Newsom to shove it up his rear end. We're not going to go further than you. We're going to oppose everything you're doing that's destroying the lives of people in California. You know, businesses are gone. The sugar beet, the last sugar beet processor is leaving at the end of the year. We used to have a dozen of them. But keep it up. And don't accept the challenge. Sit up there in your ivory towers and run your phony reports and shove it down our throats. Because eventually, when the people figure out, and they are quickly, that they're getting screwed, blued, and tattooed, I would not want to be sitting in your seats if you keep this stuff up.
The next three speakers are Justin Jackson, followed by David Zietz, followed by David Carlson.
All right, I've never had to follow Roy before. That is interesting. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. It's really good to see you all. I love getting the opportunity to see you all here in the chambers and also out in the community. I'm here to speak today on the energy efficiency ordinance. I'm a member of the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission, their newest member. I'm the baby of the commission. And before I go into that, when it comes to matters of energy efficiency, sustainability, environmental advocacy, I would definitely invite members of the public to come to our commission, to share your public comment there so we can do the commission's work and have that subcommittee commission work handled there rather than having to not belabor you all's time, but get into the nitty-gritty of those things in front of the council. But nonetheless, when it does come to heat pumps are definitely an expense that residents are going to have to burden. I understand there are several subsidies and incentives out there publicly available and also federally available, but we have to educate our public to make sure that they're aware of what those subsidies and incentives are. And as the mayor said, when we do look to transition to newer and cleaner, more just forms of energy, we have to do so on a timescale that fits our individual communities. And that's what I hope to do on the Environmental Commission, make sure that we can bring ordinances like this to the commission prior to it reaching the city chamber so we can have that discussion and implementation that is bespoke to our community here in Reno Valley. This is the first I'm hearing of this ordinance, and maybe that's just by my own ignorance, but being on the commission, this is something that I would love to see come before the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission. Energy efficiency, I'm not sure if that falls within our bailiwick of duties, but I think when it comes to environmental sustainability, this is one thing that, to my eye, seems pretty clear on that beat. And lastly, I would just mention, I've heard so much about the city's climate action plan. Again, I'm the baby on the commission, but I haven't seen that before. And again, me coming to the commission, I wanted to showcase my environmental advocacy, my 5 years, or 6 years, I should say now, actually. Don't shortchange myself. Working in environmental advocacy. So that'd be something I love to preview with the city and at the staff's direction and see what that climate action plan looks like. Who are the organizations, the environmental justice groups that you spoke with to build that? And also have an opportunity to speak with the consultants. That would be something that I think my fellow commissioners would appreciate as well. I'll go ahead and give you all back the 30 seconds. Thank you for your time.
The next three speakers are David Zeitz, followed by David Carlson, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm here as a citizen and a contractor, not as a planning commissioner. They have all these great incentive plans for people who have natural gas or electric, but they don't help the small amount of people that are in the Northeast End that don't have natural gas. They're on propane. And so when you go try to get these incentive programs to be able to update your house and bring it up to levels that people want, you pay double what everybody else does because you don't have natural gas. So I'm hoping that there is some program, or if the consultants can let me know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are programs for people that are on propane so they can get the financial help they need to bring their houses to a more efficient category. Back on the contractor part of this, yeah, you can put your own AC in. A lot of people will do it. One thing you do have to look at if you do decide to sell your house down the road, that if you don't have permits, they will make you get them and you'll be penalized for that. A lot of times then if you don't have the most updated system, they may make you change that system out to be the most updated, even though yours would have passed if it would have been permitted when it was put in. Sometimes shortcuts are not worth it. Also, being a licensed contractor, I do not advise people to not get permits and not to use unlicensed help or hire unlicensed people. You don't get the quality, you don't get the, basically you're getting shabby work. You're paying less money, but in the end, you pay for what you get. So be careful if you decide to shortcut it, because if the city does find out about it, they will fine you. Thank you.
The next two speakers are David Carlson, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening. I have a couple questions here. I'm just thinking about how many decades does it take for that money cost to catch up to do that? And does it take into account that you maybe have to switch out a breaker, run a whole bunch of more copper and everything to more to get the more power, which runs up your electricity bill to get these type of heat pumps in? Granted, heat pumps probably last longer and do that, but I think the overall cost, those things have to be accounted, and no one talks about, yeah, the over time, the consumer is going to save money. Is that 100 years? 80 years? How long is it going to take? Also, I feel the state of California is bullying you, saying this is urgent, it has to be done in this way. And to be fair, I think the state of California has many things in place that is not in favor of us as residents, but in favor of agendas and things that they're pursuing. I love the state of California. I love here. I love living in Moreno Valley. But let's not just fall in line just because now it's an urgent matter and we have to do it this way. Consultants are hired by the city of Moreno Valley to come, who come with a bias side of efficiency because it needs to be passed for the state of California. So I encourage you, don't be bullied by the state of California. Make your own decisions. This is not good for the consumers. Give them a choice. When they come, and I replaced one recently, they gave me a choice. Do you want to put in a heat pump? Da-da-da-da. They gave me all the choices and all the options. Of course, I did not choose the heat pump because it wasn't cost efficient and wasn't going to do the same thing that I needed for that. Now, you take a business like myself that owns 17 air conditioners, right? And we have to go replace them all at the same time because sometimes it saves money. You're spending a lot more money, tens of thousands of dollars more just to get in line with that. So I'd be careful move it in this direction and keep the freedom for the people and let them choose what they want to do. Thank you.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Wow. Luis Palomares, community activist. I agree with the pastor. I agree with with Roy. I mean, a lot of times I believe in the environment. I believe in it. Dumping, cutting our rainforests down, cutting, all of that I agree with. Screwing our water up, our oceans, I agree with that. But when you want to build a building, come on, you know? So the environmental, they want to shove this down our throat now. I don't agree with this. It's like, buy the electric car, it's going to save the environment, but wait a minute, when that car breaks down after you're paying for it for 5-6 years, then the battery goes out, those batteries are like $20,000. How are you going to do that? It's like buying a new car again. How are you and what do they do with those batteries? Do they dump them in the ocean? I mean, they have a lot of parts to them. So I think it's a lot of bull crap about this right here. I agree with the pastor. I wouldn't jump right into this, you know? I mean, like, I want gas. You know, my sister has an electric dryer, and you know how much that thing costs for her to dry? Because the house was already electric. A lot of money. We're not gonna save. It's like solar. We're still paying for solar, you know? Oh, it's gonna save in your bill, But a lot of people are still paying for that solar that they put in way back when. And then if it cracks, it's a can of worms, you know? And people to come and fix these things. Okay, let's say, here we go. Let's say we're stupid and we go further and we do this, okay? Nothing personal, but okay, now we gotta do this, okay? So how much is this unit gonna cost? How much is it gonna cost? It's gonna be like the car with the $20,000 battery later? How much is this unit gonna really save us in the end? How long is it gonna take for us to pay this unit off? How long? And can we put it in rentals? I mean, can I say I wanna put it in my rentals and I don't do it, but the rental people do it, the ones that are renting the property? Come on. How much money really is it gonna save us? The environment? Come on. The environmentalists? Come on. Every time you wanna build a building, they're ready to sue you. They're not suing everybody on the Meridian there, but over here in Moreno Valley, every time something's gonna go up, even if it's a storefront, stop it. So, because of the environment. They're here to make $1. It's always about $1. Follow the money. The dollar. It's always about the dollar and power. That's what they want. They want our money. I don't agree with this. I hope the council don't go forward with this until they force us to. I know you want to be a jump ahead of it all, so we don't have to play catch up. Well, let's just play catch up if we have to then. They're going to give us time to play catch up, I believe so, because they're going to be looking at the dollar that's coming behind it. Come on.
The next speaker is Joanne Stefan.
I'm here speaking as a 40-year resident. Hearing everybody talk about all this, I know that everybody wants to go electric. It's supposed to be good for the environment, and I understand all that. But along with that, when you start getting into where you've got to replace all your appliances that are gas, I know because I had a home in Anaheim, and it just so happened to be everything was electric way back, and I'm talking, oh gosh, 50 years ago. But every time you ran something that was a little bit more power, tripped it up, you lost your power, you lost the whole house. And what's going to happen is a lot of these people that do have gas, and you're going to end up with these appliances that have to be electric because, you know, we're going green, you're going to have to upgrade your panels. That's going to be an extra expense because the panel you have is basically not going to be able to withstand all those appliances that are totally electric because they were not built to do that in the first place. That's where I'm at. So, I mean, I have a cabin up in Big Bear, and I want to put gas because it's a small cabin, has small breakers, and I even had talked to Sykes about it because he's a contractor, and he said, well, if you have to, just buy the gas right now, and I'm going to go out and buy the gas because it's coming. Because once I have it, I have it. He's got the gas line. I have a son that's an electrician, but I really don't want to do a panel upgrade. That's thousands of dollars for a gas stove that can cost me, a couple of $100, But that's where I'm at. A lot of people are not going to be able to afford, let alone the heat pumps and all that stuff, and then they're not going to be able to afford having to do panel upgrades because their panels are not going to be able to support those appliances that are going to be put in there. So I think we should kind of think about it because I know that Moreno Valley, a lot of them were not built that way and they're starting to go green. And, we had incentives for the solars, and I should have done it way back and I didn't because it was something I didn't even think about. Then they got rid of all your incentives. So then now forget it. I'm not going to do it. I tell my son, and my son's ready, he'll just buy them, Mom, we'll put them and stuff. But I don't know. My age, the guy that buys it can do that. But that's where I'm at. You have to think about all the variables and the unknowns that come with all that. It's not as simple as just putting an air conditioner and a heat pump and this and that, because when you start replacing one thing, then they're going to want you to replace another thing, and it's a domino effect. So that's where I'm at. So I don't know if you guys can kind of just wait and then give people an option.
The next speaker is Chris Baca.
Overall, I think this technology is great. As far as solar is concerned, like Luis said, it's a can of worms. If you got it 20 years ago, you're still paying for it, and it's probably, the technology is no good. But if you get it today, it'd probably be beneficial. The place I live in, the solar is great. It's 2 years old, and the solar is, I've never paid so little bit of electricity bill. It went down from $300 a month to where I'm at is sometimes it's $0 for 3 months, and it's average $80 a month in the heavy season. With that in mind, we also have energy efficient air conditioners and the tankless water heaters that are basically new technology and are a piece of crap. It sounds like the AC unit, it goes on and off, and it's been serviced by every apartment building. Every unit in the apartment building has been serviced, and they're 2 to 3 years old. It's going on 3 years old. It's just 2.5 years. And this new technology, this new energy efficient stuff, you need to wait until it's been proven and upgraded and perfected. The same thing with the tankless water heaters. Those things are horrible. I think they're causing skin cancer, maybe even. It's like, you can't. They don't work well, and the way it heats the water so quickly, I don't know how it works, but I don't think it's any good. I don't think it's good it's not healthy at this point. I think all this new technology, you need to wait until it's improved and upgraded. So I'm not in favor of this at this time because from my experience, all the new stuff, you got to wait until it's been perfected. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. We at this time will go ahead and bring it back to the dais for deliberation. Let me go ahead and close the public testimony portion before we do that. It's fun to hit the hammer every now and then, All the same thing. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the dais for any questions, deliberation, and a vote. So I'll look to my colleagues here.
Oh, yes, I do. So a couple of things is it's rare that Roy and I agree on something, but it's rare, but we may. Just to confirm, this is not mandatory. And I think that if I was to go get a brand new AC tomorrow, I can guarantee you I would not get a heater pump or whatever they call hot pump. Heat pump. I just wouldn't. I'm old school and I like what I have. And but I just want to confirm it's not mandatory. Like I still have a choice. Even after January of 2026, I still have a choice. If I want a heat pump, I get it. If I don't, I go standard, right?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I did mention net neutrality and no gas appliances, but that's where state legislature, that's where a lot of states are looking at. This has nothing to do with that. And so gas appliances are still able to be in place, and if you would like, Angelica could speak more to that. So I don't know if I confuse some of the public with my comment as to where the state is going.
Yeah.
And where environmental justice groups who are suing jurisdictions related to their general plan, related to their climate action plan, are going. But that's where we see a lot of challenges with the environmental justice groups.
Okay, I thank you for clearing that up, but I think, like, again, I agree with Roy. I do have 2 different dryer systems, and I hate my electric dryer. It takes double the time to dry clothes, and it's true. I live it. If I had a choice, my other house would not have electric dryer, but I don't have a choice in that area. It's propane, or it's electric. So another member of the public said that the state is bullying us, and we have a choice now. I think I agree that we don't have to do it right now, but that's just my opinion. And when it was presented to us, it all sounded pro-climate, and I said, well, what about cost? What about someone that can't afford it? What about right now? What if I cannot afford it and you're going to make me do it? And I don't agree with that. I really don't agree with that right now. If it's a mandate and we have no choice, then we have no choice. But just like the 2040 EV thing, we have a choice still. And I'm driving a gas car, so that's my 2 cents.
I guess I would just ask a question, partly to our city attorney or anyone else who it applies to. If we don't move forward with staff's recommendation, what are potential repercussions, or if you can even go into detail on that?
Yeah, city attorney and I are kind of going back and forth who should take this. If it is not approved tonight or approved prior to September 30th and part of the January 1st, 2026 effective date, remember, we had GP 2040 approved in 2021. We had Climate Action Plan approved in 2021 by this body. Not necessarily every one of you, but by this body. It was challenged. From that challenge, the court said that we had to rescind all of it and to cure only 3 things. Those 3 things, one of them is Climate Action Plan. So how far do you want to go to try and avoid challenges from environmental justice groups again, in which you all know how much the settlements were, and we had to pay out? And how far do we want to go to get our GP 2040 approved, our Climate Action Plan approved? The state is telling us to adopt this so that our Climate Action Plan is actually adopted by the state, even before the challenge comes from the environmental justice groups. So I'm not saying that we can't do it now, but I guess I can definitely tell you that we are going to put our general plan and our Climate Action Plan at jeopardy, even being approved by the state, let alone from the environmental justice groups.
Thank you, City Manager. Just wanted to make sure that that's clear, crystal clear for everyone. So thank you for expounding on that. Looking to my colleagues once again to see if there's any further questions or comments.
So I just kind of want to reiterate that these things are all choices. And, you know, I heard what residents and constituents said. I've heard we're being bullied by the state of California. All words are very strong right now. So I heard everything that was said, but you still have a choice. There's a choice in a matter of a lot of things. Even when they came up with the electric vehicle mandate, there was still a choice as to whether or not that was going to happen. And with a change in administration, so did the change in the incentives happen. And, you know, the same thing can be said for solar panels, right? Some people have attested to paying nothing for solar panels. Once they're on, their electricity bill is nothing. I've got one person that I know who can't tell me in the last 4 or 5 years if she's ever actually paid an electric bill, because she goes, I don't know, it works. So I think one thing I do always want to make sure that we are looking at and thinking about is, while we're all talking about the here and now, I also believe in thinking about the future and being very strong upon what that future looks like, not just for myself currently, but my children and my grandchildren. And whether or not you believe climate change and all of those things are real, not here to argue that point with you. But what I do know is a lot of the things that are going on, if you believe in science, are currently happening, right? So I think we as a city council and a body at some point have got to start making choices and decisions looking towards the future. And as they've already stated, some of this does come from us having to get some of these things approved through the state. Whether you all think we're being bullied or we're not hearing what everyone is saying, the truth is, listen, we're in a lot of predicaments up here where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. We're going to get sued for it. We're not going to get sued for it. We really don't know until it happens. And so I'm personally okay with this plan moving forward. I'm fine with this ordinance moving forward. I will advise, as one constituent said, to please get a contractor. It's just like when people are out here converting rooms in their house and you go to sell the house and they have to put that all in there for the permitting purposes. So I'm completely fine with it. I understand if some of my colleagues up here still have some questions, but I'm fine with the way this was presented and the way that this is.
Are you motioning to adopt the ordinance and the urgency ordinance?
Yes, I think I was trying to make sure nobody else had anything else, because I know the mayor had a question, but sometimes no? Okay. So then
we're all good.
Okay. So then, yes, I'm motioning to adopt the ordinance as is.
I'll second that ordinance with the understanding that none of this is a requirement. This is to educate our residents on energy efficiency, but in no way is this a mandate. So I second that motion.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacasana Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes with 4 yeses, 1 no. We will go ahead and move to our next item, which is item K2, approve revised community workforce agreement for the Moval Workforce Program. And we'll turn it over to our city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Prior to us taking summer recess for the month of July, we heard this particular item. It was on June 17th, 2025. This item was before you as a continuance of the previous agreement. At that particular point in time, San Bernardino Riverside County's Building and Construction Trades Council, AFL-CIO, and the Signatory Craft Councils Union submitted revisions that same night. And so over the summer recess, we were working with those particular groups, came to realize that most of the revisions that they were seeking were ministerial in nature. They were going to really non-substantive items and or either cleanup and or better defining certain aspects of the agreement, along with some changes to drug workforce agreements and so forth that are part of their section of the agreement. So one of the 2 items that are substantive changes is in section 2.2.1, page 2 of the agreement. We're keeping the $1 million cap on the public projects for all multi-trade construction contracts. The one aspect that they brought to our attention was for specialty contracts, specialty trades. Give you an example, flooring, drywall, roofing, and so forth. a lot of those particular specialty contracts, they never get to that $1 million mark as far as a scope of work. And so it really is not, this agreement is not conducive to those specialty trades because it never hits that cap. So that being said, in that section 2.2.1, you will see an additional verbiage that has been added that says, as well as all prime specialty contracts that exceed $150,000 and all subcontracts flowing through these contracts as well. So that is a substantive change in the thresholds that we previously had. In talking with staff, it's a good change as well because we agree there's never a time, a place when we actually have contracts that are going to exceed $1 million for those types of trades. The other substantive change is section 22.1.1, which is on page 25. The previous agreement was for 5 years. We made some headway in providing some administrative relief in dealing with the administration of the agreement. So we went on an agreement where the agreement is a 10-year life and will automatically continue every 10 years, but it must require a 5-year review. And that 5-year review is to review based on any changes in law, any changes in the various trades, training and workforce development that needs to be updated, anything in the drug workplace agreement that might need to be changed. So every 5 years, it still would be coming through to ensure that it is still compliant with all of those various things, but every 10 years, it's automatically being, every 10 years, it's automatically being reapproved. Now, keep in mind, anytime the workforce MOVAL or our workforce initiatives as part of our strategic plans change, then this document would also need to change with that. But because those strategic plans are typically long-term plans, that's why we wanted to get this to kind of move towards a more longer-term approach as well. But at any time, this City Council can still come back make revisions if those strategic plans change. With that, I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We will bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff.
I do, Brian, just real quick. A goal of 30% is recommended for local residents, right? Our goal is 30% of projects over $1 million, and as well as veterans, regardless of if they reside in the city. So veterans, we're helping them as well.
Yes, the same previous requirements related to local workforce and veterans are the same in the previous doc. They're the same in this doc. And quite frankly, this doc also talks about various workforce development outside of the trades, outside of our Business Employment Resource Center, collaboration with the trades and the various colleges and so forth. So we also have a multitude of events here at the CRC that bring the labor force to the CRC for the trades and for other CTE type of certificated programs. So that still aligns with a lot of our strategic plans and initiatives with regards to our workforce development.
Thank you. And I'd like to highlight that it has career placement for disadvantaged and risk at youth, low income, and under and unemployed residents, women and minorities, and veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the dais? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. Thank you. The first speaker is Dave Everett, followed by Louis Lopez, followed by Eric Valencia.
Thank you. I'm with the
Western Electrical Contractors. And just to start off, Councilman Delgado, all the stuff you just mentioned, those are all goals. There's no teeth to missing any of those, and they commonly and usually do, because the point of the union isn't to take the first minority disabled woman and push her to the front of the line. The point of a union is seniority. The most senior person next comes in line. So because of those issues, they miss those goals all the time. They miss their local hire goals. They miss their veteran goals. They miss their African-American goals. There was a project in LA where Antonio Villaraigosa said they couldn't find one single African-American worker on the project. They had a 30% African-American hire goal. So these are all goals. Nothing happens if you miss all these goals. This is just a discriminatory deal called a project labor agreement, and it'll increase the cost between 15 and 30% for taxpayers, but it'll limit the construction to a small number of politically connected special interests. Districts all over who are passing these PLAs are laying off employees. You're seeing it in Santa Ana, you're seeing it in San Diego, you're seeing it at LAUSD, so many more. The 13 to 17% of construction workers who are forced into a union as a condition of employment, they're not even unanimously supportive of these PLA special interest deals. At the April meeting of the Riverside Community College District, they saw union member after union member stand up and oppose the project labor agreement because they weren't a part, their union wasn't a part of that project labor agreement. So if 89% of your people are non-union, and your little tiny slice is 11% for union. If you want to go with California stat, maybe 15%. Not even that little tiny slice is 100% in agreement on this horrible idea. WEEK is urging taxpayers and residents to oppose this PLA. The numbers that we usually quote are about 13 to 15%. We've done a lot of studies on those. Gavin Newsom's own Department of Toxicology Substance Control came back last year on a bill dealing with PLAs and said, no, it's going to cost 30% more. The city of Pomona, they were looking at a PLA. They did the same thing. They said, no, this is not going to be 15%. This is going to be 30% more in cost. And so this is before the fires in LA, in the Palisades, in the other parts of LA. And so you're going to see higher costs than even 30%. And that's why the Chamber of Commerce opposes these wasteful, discriminatory PLAs. They just reiterated that again today. And that's why the Moreno Valley Unified School District just had an unbiased study of the PLAs last month, and the committee came back saying that they do not recommend a PLA because it's discriminatory and it raises costs. I don't know why your school district is able to see discrimination and waste, and this body's not, but why change the name? Why change the name from a project labor agreement? I'll tell you why, because over half the states or nearly half the states have banned these entirely because they're so corrupt and so wasteful. It's not a pay issue. The pay is set by the state. The pay is set because it's a prevailing wage job, so nobody's going to get any extra money. You're not helping any workers get any extra pay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, my time's up. Well, thanks so much. Appreciate it. It's not a local hire issue either.
The next three speakers are Louis Lopez, followed by Eric Valencia, followed by Nate Broughton.
Can we get some fact checked on that? I'm sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, staff, community. My name's Louis Lopez, and I am a veteran. 2 tours in the Marine Corps, combat veteran. And the union did help me out. And I do bring in veterans because of that. I use a lot of resources like helmets to hard hats, the Workforce Development Board on special populations through the EDD. When a veteran comes into the area and doesn't have a job, it flags them. And there's 14 of us trades in the building trades that utilize these resources. And not just because I'm a veteran, do I have a heart for it, but bringing a veteran into the trades because of their military experience, their leadership qualities, most of the veterans rise to the top, okay, right off the bat. As far as women, we actually have boot camps specifically designed for women so that they could get that. And once they pass the boot camp, then they get direct entry. So just to clarify some of that from the last speaker. I also kind of threw me off here what I was going to say. But other than that, our apprenticeship does need, well, I'll take it to this. The relationship that we've had the last 5 years with the city has been awesome, especially when we have the apprenticeship week and they bus in those kids from various different high schools in here. I've been a part of that, where we actually gave a class on teaching them soft skills, you know, how to present yourself in a for an interview process. Most of those kids that come in, and remember, those are kids, those are grandkids from many of the people here in this audience that come in, and they're just wowed by the trades and what each of us do. The thing about it is, if anybody sent their child to a 4-year college, would you not expect them to come out with a degree and get a good paying job with some good wages? That's exactly what we do with our apprenticeship. Our apprentices start at an average $25 an hour. Some of these contractors don't want to pay that $25 an hour. They don't think they're worth it. But our apprenticeship school is a 4-year, accredited by the state of California. So when we put our kids through the apprenticeship, they're coming out every 6 months. They're getting a $2 and something raise. As long as they're going to school, they're getting their hours. A lot of these contractors don't want that accountability. They want to pay their workers what they feel they're worth. So what's earned here filters back out to the community. So I asked.
The next three speakers are Eric Valencia, followed by Nate Broughton, followed by Albert Duarte.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to say thank you for your time, and thank you for, I really appreciate the support you got it? All right. Thank you for everything, and I appreciate you guys giving us your time and everything, and I do appreciate the city working together with us with the community workforce agreement. I can tell you that being in the construction trades, it's helped me a lot. I am a resident of Moreno Valley. I've been a resident 35 years, and I grew up in this city. I lived all over the city. My kids are growing up in this city, so this is really, it gave me a really, really good opportunity to work on a union scale. I am a concrete finisher. Now that we have this agreement within the city, I can work on the city and stay more local and have more time with my family and growing up with my kids. So I just want to thank you guys for for this opportunity to keep many residents working within the city, and it does help a lot of people. And we do bring a lot of apprentices, and I know I'm a foreman for a company, and I do have a lot of members that live in the city working for me. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Nate Broughton, followed by Albert Duarte, followed by Robert Ramos.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, Riverside Sheriff's, Chief. I'm going to be candid right now. In my previous life, I was Nate Broughton, California Department of Corrections inmate 3 different times. I came home in 2001 and I was given the opportunity to join one of these programs. I took that ball and ran with it because it was an opportunity that was given to me as an underprivileged candidate, let's just call it that. I went from apprentice to foreman to field superintendent to sales, and now I'm the business agent organizer for Local 709, the sprinkler union out of Whittier, California. I'm also a delegate of the Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. What the previous speaker mentioned, I believe completely is false. As an organizer, I go after the people like myself without bias and give everybody the opportunity to gain the life and the skills that I have. I'm a skilled tradesman now. I have purpose. I'm a member of a community. My trade has offered me financial stability to where I could purchase my home in Whittier, where my local is, my union hall, where I work every day. I chose to buy in Moreno Valley. I'm a resident of Moreno Valley. I did that in 2017, and that was my choice. I was born and raised in Orange County. I chose to live here. These CWAs that you guys are gonna, hopefully approve, they're huge. They're huge when it comes to people like me. They're huge if you want to call it minorities, if you want to call it disadvantaged, you call it whatever you want to. But it's an opportunity for someone to become something greater. And when that opportunity is given, we take it and we do the extra for it because we know what it's like to earn that and what it means. Skilled, trained labor is a massive part of our society. Just like what they were talking about with the HVAC stuff. Buy cheaper, you're going to get what you pay for. Our classes are 5 years. I had to go to class for 5 years to learn my trade. It's huge, and I just wish you guys would consider it and approve that for us. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Albert Duarte, followed by Robert Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. Thank you for this time, and community members. We appreciate this. My name's Albert Duarte. I'm the Executive Secretary, Business Manager for the Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. And we're here in strong support of the Community Workforce Agreement. We've heard a lot of things here tonight. Why be progressive, right? And what a shitty job we're doing, right? But I've seen a lot of councils. I've been to a lot of meetings. We've negotiated a lot of contracts. And what we've seen through our negotiations and be put on task on our last meeting is how can we engage and being engaged. We have a community workforce agreement that we've already had for 5 years. So we already have the statistics. Riverside Community College, they're actually renewing a $1.3 billion contract that we just agreed on. They're voting on that tonight, which was just approved, right? 30% increase is, you're already paying prevailing wage. All we're doing is extending through the workforce development is how to incorporate the community. What he said was actually true 30, 40 years ago. It was closed off, but by community workforce agreements, now they're forced initially to hire diversity. Then the city started to see, hey, this is actually a good thing. City of Paris renewed it. San Bernardino City Community College just renewed their agreement. So now, the more that we can incorporate these agreements within our community, now our people stay home. Now our kids actually have coaches, right? This thing's huge, right? And what you guys are doing is progressive, right? You guys were progressive because you did it 5 years ago, right? That nobody, at that time, they would just shut us off because we're a union. No, we're here to hire the community. The education that they're gonna get, we're gonna invest $150,000 to $200,000 in each kid, and it's absolutely free. So you tell me how that's a bad deal. No, man, this thing is good for everybody, and the community is passionate about it. So we just ask you to continue to support this agreement, and we thank you for being creative, for being progressive. Yes, hell yes, you got to be progressive. Thank you.
The next speaker is Robert Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Robert Ramos, and I belong to the Ironworkers of Local 416 and the building trades as a delegate. We're here tonight asking your full support tonight. Why? Because this creates opportunity. Opportunities here, and this is what this town needs. It creates opportunity by skilled and trained labor. Creates opportunity along with that skilled trade labor, economic growth, right? By having livable wages. Who here wants to have their kids, some kids are not all meant to go to school, to universities, but guess what? You could fall back on 16 trades and they're gonna have the same exact living they will from a college graduate. Isn't that amazing? Shouldn't the community back something like that? Because we all deserve quality of life. That's the bottom line. This is what the trades come in and they bring to the community. Workforce development, guess what? We get to police wage theft. Imagine that. In this day and age, wage theft. But I believe it goes on. With the community workforce agreement, we're able to file compliances and monitor that. There's, the facts that he said 15% more cost, but what he's not telling you on the backside is what they're going to charge you for their mistakes. Right? There's a full circle here that needs to go on, and community workforce agreements will bring that. It brings police in the job sites, skilled and trained labor, safety. We all need to go home the exact same way we came in, right? The ironworkers have been around for over 100 years. We're on the top of safety protocols with OSHA. So this is what a community workforce agreement brings to Moreno Valley. And I want to hopefully and ask for your full support on this tonight. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. At this time, we'll bring it back to the dais for deliberation, and I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments. Questions for staff? Okay, go right ahead.
City Manager, in one of the bullets under the CWA will include the following. It says, the city, trade council members, and contractors will mutually promote training opportunities to encourage application for Moreno Valley residents. Can you walk us through how, is it via the Burke? How would that work?
As part of the summer recess and in the revisions as part of this particular agreement, Albert Duarte, in his role and capacity with the trades, went through a recent visit with the Burke. If you recall from the June 17th meeting, he had mentioned that he just came on board in January in his new role. And so we introduced him to the Burke staff, walked him through all of the various curriculum there and opportunities. We also then brought and had the conversation as to what we're already doing at the CRC with the large-scale events that was mentioned at the podium, in bringing school buses of children coming through, learning about the trades and so forth. And so it's the extracurricular curriculum part of this agreement that not only benefits their workforce development, but also our workforce development from a strategic development standpoint or a strategic priority standpoint, in trying to find that Rolodex of about 30,000 individuals that are part of the Burke marketing population, finding them jobs, because most of them, or not most of them, many of them are local. If you recall that our Burke is now the American Job Center, so now we are also servicing a multitude of different local municipalities, regions, and so forth. So if you recall from some of the economic development communication, we have roughly 2.4 million residents in a 20-mile radius of the city, 1.1 million workforce within that 20-mile radius. So it's not only our residents as well, but it's the regional impact as well, because they are coming through Moreno Valley, shopping in Moreno Valley, and so forth. So all of that is occurring as an extracurriculum activity, but part of this agreement.
Thank you.
Looking to my colleagues, I don't see any other requests at this time. Just to briefly say, first and foremost, thank you. I know this item initially came to the dais about 5 years ago, and that was approved at that time. I vividly remember that. And now 5 years later, we've been able to see the fruits of that partnership and that CWA that was the first of its kind for the city of Moreno Valley. And we see that the same type of agreement has been adopted in various other municipalities and jurisdictions. And so I want to thank staff, all of our staff, as well as all of the trades for continuing those negotiations over the summer, putting your heads together, bringing back this revised agreement that I fully support and hopefully will get approved here this evening. And just lastly would say that on the topic of costs, when we're talking about dollars and cents and numbers and prices for bidding on projects and things of that nature, you know, the first speaker shared a lot of stats and data, threw a lot of information out there. But while I'm sure there are studies out there by economists that quantify the financial benefits of community workforce agreements, things you can't quantify are things like parents spending more time with their children, parents being able to take their kids to practice, being able to more regularly get involved in their community, to attend council meetings, to go to commission meetings, to have more input, more say. And those are things you can't really quantify. You can't put a number, you can't put a dollar amount on those things. So I just wanted to make sure that we point that out as well. It's not just about the money. It's also about quality of life. And so I'll look once again to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments.
Yeah. So I too would like to thank city staff as well as Albert and the Building Trades Council for being able to get this done and hopefully get this renewed tonight and make the revisions that were necessary. Also, very important that we were able to include in some of the smaller locals that were unable to meet some of the thresholds to make sure that we, as I like to say, spread the wealth. This is, as the mayor pointed out, a very important agreement. As you heard from one gentleman, they do offer a lot of pathways for those that are recently incarcerated, that are out seeking rehabilitation. And those are things that when we're talking about pathways for people to be able to take care of themselves and support their families, we don't always have the options for them. And so I appreciate this workforce agreement. Hopefully it'll get approved tonight. As far as women in trades, there is specifically a women in trades expo that we do here, as well as a women in trades group. I've met with several of them, and they're around and they're out there. And so all of these things are what we can use, because they're right. We always talk about we need to develop different pathways for people to be able to take care of themselves, and everyone doesn't need to go to college. If I told you how much I paid my HVAC when my AC went out, I swear to you, some days I wish I just decided to do that with my life. But I digress. But the point is, all of our children, they're not going to go to college. I'm not going to, because I can just tell you right now, what you're looking for sometimes isn't in college. But coming here to the Trades Expo and being able to do this and being able to know that they can live at home still while being able to go into these apprenticeships is very important. It helps build and develop the workforce within the city of Moreno Valley and surrounding cities. Because we know that people will come here to work and they will spread the wealth amongst us here, and it'll help also revive and continue to help our economy thrive. So I look back over to MPT. I know.
Literally was going to probably say the same thing. We had our joint task force today, and one of our guests said, you know, not all students are going to go to our ready for college. What do you say? But with technology now, not every student is going to go to a four-year university, but all of our students need to be career ready. And sometimes that career is a 2-year certificate, a 2-year degree, an apprenticeship. And the way the Building Trades has partnered with the K-12, the way they have came out tonight, you know, 5 out of the 6 speakers at the college were in favor of this, and they passed this PLA at the college. And tonight we have the opportunity to pass this CWA. And you know, these programs are reducing recidivism. These programs are giving our children an option for a career where they won't need to spend 4 years learning, something they can get right to work for. And that's what is needed in some of our families. The partnerships they do with the K-12 and to touch about that 15%. I think the majority of us work union up here. And that 15% is probably holding up the middle class. So we need to keep that 15%. We need to keep pushing for that. And we need to push skilled labor, because unskilled labor is going to go away. A machine is going to be able to do all of our unskilled labor. So the only thing we have left is skilled labor. And we need to invest in our residents. And this is a good way to do that. So I'm in favor of this agreement as well.
What they said.
I second that.
All right. I think I might have heard a motion in a second. I think there's a motion in a second.
I'll motion to approve the item on K2.
I'll second that.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think now is a good time to maybe take a 5-minute recess so we could take a brief break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Good evening and welcome back to our regular council meeting. We will pick up right where we left off, which is item K3, public safety concerns regarding potential unannounced immigration enforcement activities by federal immigration agents at city-held special events. And we'll turn it over to City Manager Brian Mohan for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, MPT, or Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The staff report details and outlines some concerns that I thought it would be prudent to bring to your attention in light of some of the mainstream media outlets have reported in the regional area of the federal government, law enforcement coming in, various raids and so forth, and how it potentially affects our ability locally to be able to have public safety at any of our special events for the remainder of the year. It is clear and defined that through the federal law enforcement and the federal government, the various tactics that they have and laws that support them, we cannot get involved with any of the activity, nor can our contractual sheriff's department. So just wanted to, in essence, bring this public safety concern to the dais for conversation with the remaining special events. We did have some federal law enforcement activity in our city in July. And therefore, with recent events in San Bernardino, I feel that it would be prudent and ethical for me to bring this to your attention just to have that conversation. So with that, it is detailed in the staff report. I'll just leave the conversation at the dais, and I'm available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for the staff report. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Very well. Seeing no questions at this time, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. Thank you. The first two speakers are Fred Banuelos, followed by Christopher Baca.
Well, hello, everyone. I wish there was more said before I could speak about it, because I'm not sure what you guys want to do. I mean, I'm not afraid of these unannounced enforcements. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I don't have nothing to worry about. If you're concerned with canceling any of these events, I don't think they should be canceled. You know, we need these events. They're planned. Keep them going. If you're afraid about these ICE raids and you're not here legally, don't go. Simple as that. You got these cities that were canceling events, 4th of July. Why? You know? Again, I wish there was more that you would be. I'm curious of what you guys are going to say on the dais up here, but I don't have a problem with it. I'm going to go to every event that I can. And, you know, unannounced, you don't want any enforcement to be announced. That's just not the way it works. Again, I don't know. I can't really speak on anything because I don't know what you guys are going to say. But don't cancel them. I don't think they should be canceled. And if you are afraid of any ICE raids or anything like that, just don't go. Simple as that. Trying to think of anything else to say, but I guess that's it. I wish there would have been more. You guys speak about it before. There's not much that is in this report about it. I'm waiting to see if the clock resets like last time. No, I'm just kidding, you guys. No, but that's it. That's it. Don't cancel anything. I'm all in favor of our events. We need to keep that going. And unless there's, you know, I think Rory was talking about, if there's a credible threat that's going to happen, that law enforcement knows there's going to be something that is going to happen, then cancel it. But otherwise, keep on going with our events. I love our events. Let's keep them going. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Roy Blackard.
All things come to pass, and hopefully this nightmare with this Trump nightmare will come to pass sooner or later. Well, eventually it will, hopefully sooner or later. But regardless, there's a lot of, threats to people. Just recently, there was a young lady that got off the bus and she was apprehended and bullied and tormented, arrested, and charged when she had absolutely nothing to do with what they were doing, what ICE was doing. I think it's come to the point where the city really does need to cancel anything at this point, because I was at the 4th of July event and I noticed, I'm like, wow, when are the people going to show up? There was hardly anybody there. And I think overall it was probably a big waste of money. As far as El Grito's concerned, I think a lot of it's primarily Hispanic. And, this is a big hypocrisy with the ICE enforcement. Who doesn't want criminals taken? But that's not what they're doing. They're apprehending people that are doing what they normally do in our community. And, if people have problem with that, well, that's your problem. Regardless, people have different views, and, 50% of the voting community is in favor of this, the other half isn't. So that's the bottom line. 50% of the people don't want this, and the few that do, well, this nightmare will be over one day. And, you'll see that you were wrong, and you are wrong. There's nobody illegal in this country. That's what it's made out of. It's made out of immigrants, mostly. And so I think as far as any events, especially this Hispanic event that's coming up, needs to be, it'll really be a waste of money. So with that, what I was speaking about earlier, maybe the funding that's used for these type of events could be used for other things, such as what I mentioned about the theft of the backflow devices, and maybe with the bikes, as far as educating the public as far as what those green lanes are for. I was having a discussion with one of the council members that, I got bullied basically because I was on one of the lanes, and they were telling me, what the hell do you think you're doing? It's like, well, don't you see it's a shared lane? And they don't see that. So we need education. The funding needs to be put in all that funding can be used in other areas for the time being until this is over. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Roy Blackard, followed by Nathan Urena, followed by Linda Alarcon.
This will set a bad precedent on a lot of areas. First, you're going to be fear-mongering. If you cancel an event, everybody's going to go, oh, we're going to start the whole thing. So if you want to perpetuate the fear in this community, pass this ordinance, because that's exactly what it will do. I mean, we got a cop on the dais, we got one in the well. So if you get a search warrant, are you going to call up the people and say, we're going to be over there in 2 hours, and be ready and standing outside and waiting for us to come? There's a legitimate reason for law enforcement to show up unannounced. Now, are law enforcement perfect? No, I've had my dealings with them. I've been detained several times. I'm still standing here. So if you're not doing anything illegally or lawfully, you should have nothing to fear. And if we think somebody's going to do something, then I got 3 words: bring it on. We should not be cowering in fear to anybody. The only reason you should be canceling an event over safety is if law enforcement somewhere determines that there is a credible threat. On top of that, the rest of this is just going to sow the seeds of dissension in this community. We will never be back together, or this will never work. You will never solve the problem that you think. This is the perfect example of the law of unintended consequences. And I'm not saying that it wasn't brought in good faith, but the whole thing, like I'm saying, if we're going to bring an ordinance like this, it should have a proper staff report. You should have a report from the cops saying what their opinion is on it and everything else. The city manager should be giving his opinion, should you do it or not? These are the questions that should be asked, that for most cases, we don't have the talent level up here to do it. We should, but we don't, or we don't have the guts or something. But this issue, the way it's brought up, even if you agree with it, it should be brought in its proper form, in the proper venue, with the proper reports from every agency. I want to hear what Sheriff Chad has to say. Everybody, because he's the one that's enforcement. And we have law enforcement agencies. And what this will do is it will cut the authority of them, because next it'll be local law enforcement that we're coming after with the same stuff. There's a lot of things wrong with this. It needs to be properly addressed before anything's done.
The next three speakers are Nathan Urena, followed by Linda Alarcon, followed by the legal citizen.
Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, it's going to be rare that I say this, but I agree with the previous speakers, including Roy. I really do. We cannot cancel our city events. You know why? Because we are stronger as a community. It does not matter your status in this country. We are stronger, and quite frankly, everyone should know this. As long as you are in U.S. soil, you are protected by the Constitution. It does not matter your status. There are people in this community who say, no, you are not a citizen, you have no constitutional rights. That is false. Everyone in this city, this state, this nation is protected by that living document, to which many veterans, including undocumented veterans, I might add, fought and died for. We cannot cancel these events. You've heard from many speakers who said there is no community in this city. Canceling those events will make their voices true. We have community in this city. We cannot cancel it because we are afraid of people in masks who refuse to identify themselves. So I would argue, who is scared? The ICE people who refuse to take off those masks, or us, the community? We are stronger and we are united. We cannot let this administration and people in masks define us or define our city. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Linda Alarcon, followed by the legal citizen.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Linda Alarcon, and I'm a board member with the Moreno Valley Hispanic Chamber. And we are one of the major participators and also supporters, of course, of the event that is being spoken of. And it's very sad, but the truth of the matter is that these things are, in fact, going on in our communities, and it's with a heavy heart that we have decided to defer with council on what it is that you guys decide to do and stand in support of that. Because yes, everybody is correct. You know, we don't want to live in fear. We want to make sure that we stand united as a community, that we make our voices heard, and that we set footprint, right? And we take up space, especially with Hispanic Heritage Month coming up. And that's in celebration of us. But the truth of the matter is that these things are going on in our communities. And I think it's above all else that we should, one, lay low for a little bit, make sure that we keep our community members safe, that we reiterate that, you know, these things, sometimes, you know, there are situations that arise, but that we can go ahead and we can overcome them at the right time, right? That's one of the things I think that's key. There's gonna be a turnaround, there's gonna be chances to maybe as a smaller community, but the big event to, attract attention, any of it. So we do decide to defer to what the council vote on, and that's what we will support. Thank you.
The next speaker is Legal Citizen.
All right. I don't think you should cancel any of these events, because people need to see what happens or what's going to happen. You can't hide. There's all over this state, people are, not going to church, or some kids aren't going to school. Kids have been arrested outside the schools. And these people, the feds are going to do what they want to do. City, state, or a county, they're not going to stop. That's why the sheriff's department can't get involved, because, they'll shove them to the side. They'll go tell the boss, these people aren't cooperating. Well, then let's do this. But they can take lessons from Riverside Sheriff's Department on how to conduct themselves and do proper arrests or whatever. If they got information on so-and-so, because I've heard it, they catch somebody at a car wash and say, oh, yeah, he's wanted for an assault or what. Yeah, you know where he lives, but why do you do it in the street? Do it like when you got a warrant. You don't show up to court. They put out a warrant, and believe me, they're going to come for you. They're going to get you. They can do it in that way, but they're trying to show a different picture to the people. Let's intimidate them. There's a bounty out there who wants to make some money, because that's what it boils down to, money. Because how many people are going to go out there like, what's his name, Superman? Oh, I'm going to become an ICE agent now. It's publicity. There's money to be made. $50,000 signing bonus for an ICE agent. So it's all bad. But to cancel these events, I think that's the wrong thing, because if it's going to happen, let the people see it happen. I mean, unless it affects you, you could probably care less. It's just like, if you're not hungry, you're not going to eat. But get hungry, and believe me, you'll be looking for something to eat. And this is just profiling at its highest level. And, because it's coming from the federal government. When should an American citizen ever be afraid of his own government? Never. They serve your country, and then you drag them to the floor and haul them away, and then later find out, oh, you are a U.S. citizen. We're sorry, but the damage is done. PTSD. There's children that are suffering from that, seeing parents drug. But who cares? They're brown people. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to our public speakers. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Just questions, and then, oh, actually,
Yeah,
forgive me. See, it's getting late.
It's late.
We already did public comment, so we're moving into questions or deliberation if desired.
So I'll go first. This is a very touchy subject for sure, and I want to support my colleagues, but I also agree with the speakers is that, man, if we cancel something, they win. I was at an event, and it's actually the Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce meeting, and the school board superintendent got up and said, we're not canceling anything. We're going to move forward with everything that we had planned, because we don't want them to think that they win. And our people, our culture, looks at these events happening as you're scaring us into a hole. So I want to support our concerns for sure. I want to support our whoever brought this forward, right? But if we cancel, what are we sending a message to everybody in the city? I mean, literally everybody in the city, that we are afraid to go out of our houses. We're afraid. We're not. Nobody's afraid to be here tonight. So it's a sticky one because I want to support. I want to support their concerns, and I don't agree that with the tactics for sure, but if we cancel and or we don't cancel and we move on with our programs, especially El Grito, right? It's Mexican independence, right? And we move on with the program, but we put a lot of safeguards in place. And again, we're not immune to, what do they call the raids? We're not immune to it, for sure. Our city is not. And I think I'll reiterate what someone said from the well, is like, it would kill me to have someone taken away in that manner at an event we host. And we all agree to that. But I mean, look at the big picture. I think Nathan, Mr. Urena said it very well, that if we cancel anything, then we're going to be almost complicit to what they want. That they want fear, and they want the residents of Moreno Valley, to stay away, to hide. I don't know. So I'm torn on this one as far as supporting, but I don't feel like, I really don't feel like we should cancel. But I would love to hear what the rest of the team says.
So this has been a very difficult one for me, because I come from several different aspects of it. I understand what Ms. Uria is saying about we shouldn't show fear. The Constitution applies to everyone, even if you're undocumented. Here's the thing. The way I looked at it was, simply put, I can guarantee your safety here at an event. I cannot guarantee your safety when you leave. And I take that very seriously, because working in the capacity that I work at UC Riverside, I also have to deal with that with a lot of my students, of having to deal with what is the next step. And I'm like Councilmember Delgado, you come here, you get snatched, because I'm going to call it what it is. You get kidnapped. I don't care. And I don't want to hear if you have nothing, if you're a legal resident, because they have scooped up U.S. citizens. They have scooped up children. They have taken folks that have been checking in at immigration hearings. So this government, as I have been telling you since January, is a grift and a lie. And I do not believe that they believe and fully support the Constitution, because they are working their way towards expending and pushing every element of the Constitution, including what they're doing in D.C., and trying to force us into a police state. With that being said, well, I do understand we probably shouldn't cancel, because we don't want to show fear. I also want to make sure that everyone's aware, because we get the phone calls, we get the emails. We cannot guarantee that when you are off of our property or our event, that they will not come through and snatch you up, because everybody is looking for someone to save them, whether that's law enforcement. And for those that said, what does Sheriff Chad think? He already said what he said, which was, it's a federal thing, I'm not getting involved. They have put our law enforcement in a difficult position at the county level, because most of them, whether they will say it or not, do not agree with the tactics. They have deputized just about anybody everywhere and said, go out, go forth and figure it out. You got people cosplaying, and they're just out here kicking in doors. Don't want to hear about warrants, because what happened to that family in San Bernardino was not about a warrant. When they asked if they had a warrant and they didn't have a warrant, they fired off multiple shots into those cars. They want us in fear. Do they have us in fear? At some points, I would say yes. But at the same time, I think the public needs to understand that if we continue with any events, if we do anything, we cannot guarantee. That is just the simple truth and fact of it, is that we cannot guarantee. I support every event that we do here. I am fine with every event, but I need the public to know, because the way everyone called us, well, what are you guys going to do? They're kidnapping people off the street. Okay, well, we can call law enforcement, but as soon as law enforcement gets there and they're told, hey, this is a federal investigation. This is part of law enforcement, our county, because this is, again, government, our county, there's nothing we can do. The state, there's nothing we can do. So I think that the public also needs to be fully aware and fully understand that these are truly some of the outcomes that can happen. And so I'm fine with our events continuing, but I think the public does need to be aware that we cannot guarantee. The city cannot guarantee, law enforcement cannot guarantee any of these things. And as long as you're okay, because, you know, when they said the revolution would not be televised, they did not literally mean it would not be on the television. They literally meant it would be in the street. And so I say this with all caution and all respect, that no matter what's decided up here, every citizen, every resident, whether documented, undocumented, regardless of status, has got to make a decision about what they're willing to put forward in this United States of America and what democracy looks like to them. Because if you're looking at all of us to come up with a rule that's going to make them stop with the raids or whatever, it's unfortunately, hands are tied, it's not going to happen. So, and so I defer to the rest of my council, and I'm supportive of whatever you all would like to do, just like I'm supportive and fully understanding of what the community is talking about also.
Chief Mack. Councilman Bernard said that we could keep our residents 100% safe inside of our property. If we hold events, whether El Grito or any of these events, the 4th of July, could we guarantee that we could keep our residents safe as long as they were inside our gates?
Well, it depends on how you're defining the word safety.
If someone saw a van and kidnappings happening at one place, don't you assume that people will run in the opposite direction?
If it is safety how we normally define when it comes to law enforcement, yes, we will do our best to ensure everybody's safety. But if it is a matter of enforcing or interfering with immigration enforcement, then no, that's not something that we are prepared to do. That's not something that we are required to do or that our sheriff expects us to do. And matter of fact, he's very clear that we will not be involved in immigration enforcement. But that works both ways. That means we will not assist them, but we will not interfere. So if you're referring to safety, meaning immigration enforcement, we will not be interfering with that. If you're referring to general safety, absolutely. We're 100% here for general safety, like always.
On July 3rd at 7 a.m., I watched a man get kidnapped by masked people in an unmarked car on the on-ramp at Frederick. If that had happened at the 4th of July, people would have ran in every direction. Chief Park, do you think that would have been safe to see people just running, wherever it happened? If it happened at the front of the conference center, they would have ran towards the back. If it happened in the back, people would have ran. And when people start running, people don't say, oh, well, what are they looking for? They are hysterical, and they will run. It won't just be somebody who is undocumented. It won't just be somebody who looks like me. It could be everybody. And I don't think we can... We can't put a resident, I don't know if everybody knows how scary it was. I know you say, oh, just don't go, bring it on unless a credible threat. The Constitution of the U.S., this has all been suspended. I watched men in masks take down a man who was running from the, I called 911. One of my close friends' father was held at gunpoint in a Zumba class on Sunnymead Boulevard. This isn't just on the TV. This is happening in our neighborhoods, in our streets. 19 of those Zumba participants were U.S. citizens. They didn't have the right to just walk away and turn around and say, no, thank you. I have the 4th Amendment right to move freely across this nation. They didn't. That was taken from them, all of them. I was at the table with my mom, with the president of the college, with the Mexican consulate, with the Hispanic chamber when we decided we needed to bring this event to Moreno Valley. This event has grown over and over, and I think the next biggest event of El Grito is in Los Angeles. We bring people from everywhere. It will not just be our residents. It's never just our residents. People come from Coachella. They come from San Bernardino, Paris, Menifee, Nuevo. They come from all over to come to our event. This is a beautiful celebration of our culture, and it breaks my heart. I feel close to my mom when I'm out there. I feel close to my family, seeing everybody, and celebrating together, but this isn't. It really breaks my heart to have to do this. But I think that in order to keep everybody safe, that we need to postpone this event and think about it next year. In fact, looking at these events, the Day of the Dead, the Color Fun Run, once we start promoting these like we did the 4th of July, I think we're going to be asking for ICE to come out. So at least for now, I would think that we would cancel the next 2 events and then maybe revisit it. And but I don't think it's very likely that we'll be able to call together our community with good faith in mind, you know. I just don't think we can. And if we decide to have it, I'll be there. And just like in the 4th, you know, we only had 20% of people come to the 4th of July. That's our biggest event. And if only 20% came to our largest event, I can't imagine what the numbers will be for El Grito. And I give it back to you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yeah, I just want to make comments regarding this. The El Grito and the various Latino events, Hispanic events, I think are important to our community. They are a way to bring us together. It's a way for community involvement, especially in these times that some of our community members are living in fear and they don't want to go out. They don't want to go to church. They don't want to go to certain events. It's our new normal, and we have to adapt to it. We have to create safeguards. No, you know, and I agree with a lot of things that Roy said regarding this. You know, it's important that we don't create more division in our communities. Neighboring communities are going to continue to have these events, and we don't want to be that community, right? We're 60% Latino, Hispanic, from that demographic, and it's important that we continue to do that. Whether we have it or not, you know, public safety, we're not going to protect everybody. That's just not going to happen. It's the way this administration has weaponized ICE and created fear among our community is horrible. It's, you know, in the June, July months, it was, right, that July 3rd on Frederick was just horrible timing, right before our July 4th event. But it's important that we continue with our events. It's important that we continue uniting people through our existing events, because if we bow down to fear, as Councilmember Delgado said, we're, you know, there might be unintended consequences, you know, and our community, the community that's right now, you know, they're preparing for bed, they're watching on YouTube. They're looking to us to make sure that we make the best decision for our residents, and you know, I told someone that the citizens, the residents, the documented community of Moreno Valley, and also our resolution, right, that we are a diverse, immigrant safe community. We got to show and stand up and make sure that we are going to be that shield, that buffer against the darkness, right, that's right now prevailing in many communities. So, you know, I am fully supportive of continuing our programs and our events.
Thank you to my colleagues, and I agree with all the comments that have been made in terms of not canceling any of our city events, while, of course, taking into account and consideration all of the atrocities that are happening across our country. Now is not the time to capitulate and to cave in and put our head in the sand and perpetuate that fear that is emanating from DC. If anything, now is the time to double down and express how proud we are of our diversity, of the various cultures that we have here in Moreno Valley that are represented by our constituents. And especially the fact, as Councilmember Gonzalez just said, we're over 60% of our population is Latino. Vast majority of that happens to come from Mexico, is of Mexican origin. And now is not the time to cancel these events and allow the other side to win. We can't do that. We should stand up louder than ever and express how proud we are of our culture and where we come from. In this case, as I know many of my colleagues, families come from Mexico. We're descendants from Latin American countries. And I think we should continue with our regular programming. And it is unfortunate that, so many of our community members are deciding not to attend our events because of the current immigration enforcement environment. But moving forward, that's going to be the same case. If folks prefer to stay home because they think their safety is at risk by attending one of our city events, folks should make that choice on their own. We shouldn't take that away from them. And there's so many examples that we could point to across the country, whether it's anyone who's undocumented getting detained and arrested, deported to countries that they don't even come from, taken to Alligator Alcatraz, American citizens, veterans getting arrested, unlawfully detained, imprisoned, mayors getting arrested, U.S. senators getting detained. When the other side wants to throw the Constitution out, we got to do everything we can to defend it. And I think that we want to do that. We want to do our part to resist. And so I support my colleagues who want to just continue. Let's keep our calendar of events. Let's move forward. And in the future, we may have to revisit this. We don't know what's going to happen in 6 months. They passed the big, beautiful bill, big, beautiful betrayal, as I call it, and gave a ton more funding to DHS and ICE. We don't know what the future has in store for us. And if we need to revisit this in 6 months, 12 months, then we can always do that. But right now, I don't think is a time to cancel anything. So my motion would be to continue with the events that we have scheduled, make no changes at this time, and seeking a second for that.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz,
No.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes with 4 yeses and 1 no. We'll go ahead and move to item K4, which is approve revisions to policy 2.04, Community Bulletin Board, policy 2.09, video cassette disposal, and procedure 2.04, public information and media relations. And we'll turn it back over to our city manager, Brian Mohan, for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. First off, I'd like to start by thanking the entire council for the approval of the 2-year budget, which was approved on May 6th. As part of that budget was a significant investment in the city manager's media and communications division in 5 critical positions, such as Assistant Public Information Officer, Website Coordinator, Graphics Supervisor, Graphics Designer, Senior Audio-Visual Technician. And what this additional resources provided as we're looking to bring them on board, the media team actually went through and embarked on reviewing and updating the related policies and procedures that cover their designated area. And more importantly, They developed the media and communications plan as a part of the update to the procedures 2.04 public information and media relations. Basically, in an executive summary of this particular item, the purpose of the comprehensive plan is designed to clarify the respective roles of the mayor, council, media and communications division, city staff in all public communications. By establishing clear boundaries and expectation, the city aims to improve the consistent and consistencies of the messaging, reduce misinformation, and presented a unified voice of the residents, businesses, and stakeholders we serve. As part of your approval of the consent item tonight was a continuity of operations, continuity of government, policy 2.20. That incorporates a lot of what media does for public safety when there is a disaster or a large-scale event in which we need to be able to get information out quickly and factual information, and not various social media groups that are putting out unclear and inconsistent communications, and where now the media, our media group and public safety can ensure that there is consistent messaging and working with our partners that the city has through various utilities, through the county, and through other means. So that's what that particular media plan is looking to do. It's committed to delivering clear, consistent, and transparent communication that builds public trust and strengthens community engagement. You received several emails this afternoon in which also this plan incorporates very new software solutions that we're going to be implementing here very shortly, in most cases, and in some cases in the next few months, that will provide a better customer service, a user interface for our residents, that provides the residents the ability to do additional things with our CRMs and case management, provides them a various bot on our website so that they can seek information faster. Various things of this nature are part of this plan, and it was all made available from your investments in the budget. So with that, I want to thank you guys, along with the staff report, the revisions that are ministerial in nature, and then the plan, which is the new document. It's all drafted and part of the staff report, and with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for any questions of staff. I do have one, maybe two questions. Just curious specifically on the attachment related to video cassette disposal. Without reading it verbatim and going too far into detail, I know we are limited in how much we can do because we have to follow state law, as is identified in that attachment on item K4. But I just wanted to get some clarification, because I know on one side, especially a video format, can take up a significant amount of storage, and it gets expensive and it takes up physical space. But on the other side also is the transparency portion of this. So I just want maybe some clarification on, are we going to, what does duplicate video cassette, videotape files actually encompass? And are we essentially going to delete every video recording of like our council meetings after 90 days, or will it still be stored somewhere? For example, on YouTube, right? We stream all of our council meetings on YouTube. That's technically an external storage format on the cloud. So is it that we're just, after 90 days, internally going to delete this this information, these videos, or what is that going to look like?
actually with the eScribe software solution that we have for our agenda that the city clerk uses, as well as the meeting platform of eScribe. All of the videos that are part of the council meeting are on our website. This is video cassette and the disposal of video cassettes when we're trying to have duplicate records and so forth. It just basically states that will only be retained by the city for 90 days. That doesn't mean that the eScribe portal is coming down in 90 days. We have meetings that go all the way back previous to 2010. And same thing with some other platforms. This is merely just so that we are ensuring that those are the modes and mediums in which the residents and or if there is a PRA that the city clerk can point to, and not necessarily media under video cassette recordings.
Great, thank you. Before we go to public comment, are there any other questions from the dais? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll bring it back to the dais for any questions, deliberation, or a vote.
Motion to approve as direct, or as the described in K4.
Second that motion, you sure? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't rush now. All right, yeah, let's call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Next up, item K5, approve the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission recommendation to preserve the Hendrick Ranch adobe and appropriate $58,650 to clean and secure the site. And we'll turn it over to Director Angelica Frastolupo for a staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So as the mayor mentioned, the item before you is a recommendation by the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission to preserve and place the adobe at the Hendricks Ranch site. The recommendation also includes a request to appropriate approximately $59,000, as this item had not been previously budgeted. Following his background on how this item came to the EHPC, late last year, the EHPC received public comments regarding the adobe, specifically the maintenance and protection. Subsequently, in January, earlier this year, the EHPC requested that an evaluation of the adobe be conducted. The study confirmed that the adobe is a historical resource, primarily because it is designated as a local historic landmark. Considering that there is no current or future project or plan for the adobe, the report recommended preserving it in place to avoid further deterioration. For this reason, the HPC has brought forward this item. Vice Chair Urena is here this evening and has also prepared a brief presentation, and he and I are both available if there are any questions.
Thank you, and welcome, Vice Chair Urena.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council. As our staff liaison gave you a brief on that, I will give you another. On September 12, 2011, resolution number 2011-01 was passed and established the Hendricks Ranch site as a city landmark. Subsequently, in the city's governing documents, chapter 707-102, the duty to maintain. Every owner of property within the designated preservation district shall maintain and keep such property in good repair, including the exterior of all structures. So the EHBC comes humbly to this council with a request of $58,650. I believe that was equated to $59,000 by staff. The main purpose of this is to secure and preserve the property for any potential development or reuse or rehabilitation. Though that is not requested at this moment, Our main concern is the stability and the overall safety around the property. I was recently informed by members of the Historical Society that the ranch was broken into, the lock was cut, and there was some vagrants living inside the property. So I went to go check over the weekend, and the lock was cut and the plywood doors was ripped down. Our concern, shared by many other commissioners, there's been recent earthquakes happening throughout the Inland Empire. So what we believe, if a 2.5 or a 3.0 earthquake were to happen in Moreno Valley, the stability of the structure could cause a possible roof cave-in. And if there are individuals living in the ranch site, that could cause for injury, especially if the ranch site is not secure. Furthermore, there are children within the neighboring vicinity. If they enter the property, they could fall in a hole or venture into the ranch house, which is extremely in disrepair and dilapidated. Our motion is to have the City Council consider possibly fencing and also security measures to secure the property so no incidents of harm happens to any residents, children, or vagrants. And we are just looking forward to possibly bringing back to this council plans for its continued preservation and possible use at a later time. I also have other commissioners here available for questions, so you can ask myself, our chairperson, or Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Ureña, and thank you to all of our commissioners who are here in full force. So thank you for joining us and sticking with us this late night. I'll bring it back to the dais. Just stick around there for 1 second in case there are any questions from my colleagues here. Okay, ladies first.
So I understand that that you all are asking for us to secure it from vagrants. I have a question as to what that looks like, because if they cut the lock off and entered it, are we talking about a fence? Because, and the mayor can attest to this too, even with some of the base housing that has been closed up where they've moved people, if we're talking about a fence, they cut holes in fences, go over them. So that's one question that I have, which is how are you going to secure it, especially when I'm hearing that if a 2.5 or a 3.5 hits it, it's due to collapse. So that's another question that I have. I understand locally that it's designated historical, but outside of locally, county, state, anything like that. And the reason I ask these questions is because, like the Harada House, if you get these things declared historical at the state level, then you can go in and ask for state funding. So that's another question that I have. Also, as it was not budgeted for the $59,000, roughly 59, we're asking to pull that out of our general fund. And then after that, because you've also said after that you are possibly looking at coming back to us to ask for more. And so I'm trying, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, because I'm give me a good total, because if we give you 58 today, is it next year, is it 2 million out the general fund? Because we haven't budgeted for any of these things, and we don't have, so I'm trying to think of like funding sources. Like if it's declared by the state, then you can ask for a budget line item from the assembly member, right? Who can help us preserve it and make sure that, because that's how they're fixing the Harada House. And then that's kind of how like they've stabilized the Harada House, even though right now you can't go in the city of Riverside, for those that don't know. So those are, I know, and I rapid fired them because it was just all going through.
Right, and Councilman, if I could address your questions. So to the question of designation, it is a local landmark. We can look towards processes to possibly deem it in the California Register, and that would also open the door to possible state funding, as you alluded to. But for this item, and as I may have mentioned, we could come back to a possible later date for other options for the property. That is only if the property is deemed salvageable. So we could come back and notify the council if a study has shown that these properties can no longer be saved, and it's only deemed for demolition at that point because of the state that they are in, that would negate the need to ask council for future funds. The funding requested today is to secure the property with a fence line, as well with locks. The previous lock that was on there was a bicycle lock, which was cut with scissors. So we could possibly look into a actual chain lock, a metal one, that wouldn't be so easily cut. But it's all about the structure, the structural integrity of the buildings. If they could even be saved, we could open that door for state designation, possible federal. But at this moment, our priority is to secure the property as a means of safety.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just, I want to also turn over to staff just in case if they have any additional input.
Yeah, I think I do. Quite frankly, the crux of the situation is this. That particular building is sitting on a utility property. It is part of MVU, Moreno Valley Utility, and that particular adobe is on the north end of that utility. So ultimately, if you go get that designated as a state landmark, what are we going to do with our utility? The utility is going to expand. We're going to have we've got 35% development that still needs to occur. All that development is going to be under the utility. We have to be able to expand our various infrastructure for our utility. That structure is going to have to move off of that utility as we grow our utility. You're looking at several hundreds of thousands of dollars to move that structure, and where are you going to move it? That's the crux of the situation. That's what council needs to decide. You want to put a Band-Aid on it, put a Band-Aid on it at $59,000. But when MVU needs to build out to total capacity, 2040 GP, at over 300,000 residents, what are you going to do with that building? That's not being discussed tonight.
And to the city manager's point, I agree with the city manager. That is the crux of the issue here. There are two designated structures deemed as local landmarks in the city. One is the old Moreno Valley school building. That historical integrity of that structure is debatable at the point since it has been refurbished and is no longer a historical building to what it was in the past in the early 20s. This property has not been touched in that way. It has stayed the way it's been since the early 50s. So the question to the council is, would you like to preserve one of the last remnants and pieces of this city's history, which defines us as a city as hard laborers achieving the American dream, because that is what that building represents. It represents a family who put in the work, who gave it their all and achieved the American dream? Or would you like to bulldoze it for an MVU project? It's up to you. The project is good. It'll happen eventually for MVU. If not at the location presently, it'll happen at another location. But the main question posed to this council today, as it was posed back in 2011 and 2009 and previous councils before, do you want to keep the last remnant of Moreno Valley's history alive, or do you want to condemn it?
So if I may follow up with a question, because I am empathetic to both sides, right, and the concerns that have been raised, the various concerns that are factors in this equation. I guess a question would be, is it possible to maybe parcel off that particular piece of this lot so that maybe we can potentially avoid any issues if we in the future were to try to designate it a historical landmark and pursue state funding, et cetera, so that we can mitigate any potential issues with future MVU development?
Could the property be parceled off? Yes. Ultimately, the question really lies in what is significant when it comes to that historic structure. And if we were going to move forward with pursuing state designation or anything along those lines, ultimately there is a long list of documentation that would need to be provided and presented to the state for justification purposes, and there is no guarantee that they would approve that structure. There is question of its integrity today already because of the fact that it is degraded to the point that, you know, to what it is today. But also there is a question of its original context. That structure is not original to that property. It actually was relocated to that property. So does it still have its historic context? All of those questions would actually have to be answered and would require far more research, far more study at far more cost to the city, if that's the direction that is desired. To parcel it off does not separate it from the MVU property, though, because is it a historical context based off of its location? If that's the case, what are the metes and bounds of that location? There are two structures on that property. The other one we're not talking about is severely degraded. And that would be the question, since there are two structures at this point on that property.
I think I guess that's the real question. As this body, this cohort that's here right now, do we feel, right, that, and I drive by this almost every day, and I sometimes don't notice it because it's been there for the longest time. Do we want to conserve the last remnants of history here in our city? You know, because we don't have a lot of historical structures. They've been, bulldozed or whatnot. But I don't know. It's something that we need to decide.
To Councilman Gonzalez's point.
Hold on, Heath.
Sorry, Councilman. But to your point, with that, if this council decides to not appropriate the funds and it does eventually get bulldozed, the remaining historical sites of the city of Moreno Valley are 51 streets. Those are the original streets of the city. 51 streets, not structures, just streets. There's only 2 structures deemed historical landmarks, but one is and has not been refurbished. It has been replaced on different property based on needs of history from March Air Force Base and the needs of the Hendricks family. But that is the last remnant that has not been touched in that way that the schoolhouse has been touched.
Well, I mean, at one point they moved it because they thought that it had some value, right? And I understand from the historical preservation, the historical society that came to your meeting, that the floor has big significance as well, right? Can you talk about the floor?
Yes, ma'am. It is called the Flying H brand. That is a brand that was used by the Hendricks Ranch to brand their cattle as well with other animals. And that is a historic part of the city because the city, many don't understand, was a large agricultural community back in the day with large cattle ranches, chicken ranches, and that is how the economy of the city was built. At one point, it was going to be deemed the citrus capital of the world. That was taken by Redlands and Riverside. However, many families made their life and living out here in Moreno Valley at that time. They lived the American dream. They came from the East Coast, from Illinois, from Iowa, from New York, all the way down from Massachusetts. They came to Moreno Valley for a better life, and they achieved that. That house on the corner of Cottonwood and Moreno Beach is living proof that families have been making their dreams soar from centuries ago to present day. That is one of the last remnants, and that basically tells us who we are as a city. It might just be a ramshackled home or just a structure that is going to fall down in a couple years, but it's been standing. It might look that it's going to fall down tomorrow, but that structure has still been holding. And as long as that structure holds, I believe that the spirit of this city will hold.
Mayor,
Nathan, what do you mean by the 51 streets? I'm curious. I don't know what that is.
Get you a list from our meeting.
Is it like Eucalyptus Avenue and like named
Yes.
after?
Like you can start at Alessandro and go A, B, C, D, and
All the way from
there's-
Alessandro to Wilmont.
to Wilmont, and then on north you can go from Alessandro to.
I did not know that.
Juniper, Calmia, maybe, yeah. And then across as well. That's
easy.
Okay, so you're asking for the 58,000 today. I like Mayor and sympathetic to both sides. That's just to secure it, and then we still need to get in there and to find out even if it is structurally deemable, that it's something that could be preserved. Correct? I want to make sure I heard that correct.
Yes, ma'am, and we are only talking about the adobe structure, not the ranch house. The farmhouse and ranch house, same structure, is the structure that you could see right off of Cottonwood that looks like it's going to fall tomorrow. We're talking about the adobe structure.
And Councilmember Barnard, to add to that, so you're correct. So the approximately $59,000 is really just for this initial maintenance and protection. There would likely be ongoing costs to maintain it and to protect it. I believe you asked earlier, does this include fencing, or you asked, how do we protect it? It would include fencing, and these are estimates conducted by our own city staff on what the cost is, but likely there would be ongoing costs for maintenance. I also did want to clarify on the streets. It's the original street names. That's the historic local landmark. It's not the actual physical street or what's on the street. It's the street names, yes.
And Director, can you mention that once we do clean and secure, what type of ADA compliance that we would need to follow and potential costs related to that, please?
Should the city look to open the structure for future, then the costs would be astronomical. I don't have an estimate right now, but in order to bring it up to compliance, that would require, additional costs.
I could also say to that, when discussing with staff, I know full forward and wholeheartedly that this dais needs to be fiscally responsible to the residents of Moreno Valley. I understand that. You have a duty to the residents to be fiscally responsible with the tax dollars and with the public funds allocated. We also understand that there are numerous corporations in the city that are looking to invest in the city in different ways, whether that is in parks, public infrastructure projects. So if we could get our local partners involved, that could possibly mitigate the rising costs accrued to the city itself. So it's just building partnerships with local investors and corporations that our commission can do. We've been working with the Historical Society on building a lasting partnership along with Moreno Valley College to build that partnership as well. So if we're good in building partnerships, I see no reason why we couldn't build partnerships with our local corporations.
Thank you. And we still have deliberation after public comment. I know we've already gone over a lot, but maybe we'll do one last check to see if there's any further questions. If not, we can always come back after public comment. So I think we'll just pause there and then we'll move into public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. Christopher Baca.
I think what he mentioned in the end was what I was going to refer to, that there is many other options rather than simply having the city fund something like this. From what I gathered, the only thing he mentioned for the close to $60,000 was a lock and a chain. But there should probably be some kind of a security system with cameras, so someone could be monitoring if there's any intruders, with that amount of money, I think that's doable. But what he mentioned is the partnerships. I was thinking more in the terms of fundings, GoFundMe, volunteers. I'm sure there's plenty of carpenters, plenty of roofing people, and plenty of construction specialists that can, volunteer their time and look into this. So I think maybe he should look into, doing some of this work with volunteers, and not have the city just pour this into. There's a lot of options for fundings, but as far as this amount, I think it should come in with recommendations or strings attached that there has to be they need to explore other options for further funding to do this, rather than just pouring in something that's like he said, the building may not be salvageable. And not only that, but it's, as far as a utility company too, it's like with I think they have priority. If they don't want it there, it's going to go down. But in my opinion, if it's the right building that I'm seeing, that thing is ready to come down. So it needs some serious attention. So I think somebody should really, before this is done, really look into seeing if it is in fact salvageable. It doesn't look like to me, but who am I?
Mayor, that concludes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any questions or deliberation. Councilmember Delgado.
Okay, I've been holding this for the whole time. So, to be honest, we task the environmental protection, EDPH thing, right? EHPC to do a job. They found something that they want to sink their teeth in. $58,000 is not a lot in a budget like ours. It's money for sure, and it's taxpayers' money, and I get that. But what we're looking at is we're not asking for $5.5 million to redo it. I think all they want to do is say, look, we want to secure it and clean it, because that's all it says is secure and clean, right? Secure it, right? So the Hendrick Ranch Adobe. So we let them, we approve this, we secure it, and we clean it. Then their justification, their existence is justified. Their existence, not that it's not, but you know what I mean? Like you guys found something. You guys found something to sink your teeth into. You guys are justified. Don't you guys belong here. But that's what I'm saying is we allow this to go forward. We secure it, and then we decide later what we're going to do with it. Because if anything, because there's no harm, because it is dilapidated for sure. I wouldn't send my kids in there to play, or go in there and look around and look at the H floor and do a tour of it. I wouldn't, because it doesn't look very safe. But this dollar amount came from somewhere. Someone, right? This dollar amount came from somewhere. They didn't just go, I think it's going to be about $58,000 to secure it. So it came from somewhere. So there's a plan. We just don't, it's not here on what that plan or that $58,000 is going to cover. It's covering to secure it. But there's a plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. To answer the question, yes, Councilmember Delgado, yes. City staff, after reviewing the study, went out to the site and is recommending fencing the adobe, installing security lights, and new boards on the doors and the windows to secure the site. And just one matter of clarification, there is no guarantee, I believe as Assistant City Manager Callagher mentioned earlier, that should we pursue state designation, historic designation, that it would get approved. Likely it would not. Likely it would not get approved. If by chance it did get approved, then we'd have to adhere by the Secretary of Interior standards to preserve the adobe. And so these are all questions that in studies and things that need to occur. So I believe going back to the crux of the matter, as City Manager said, is really there's a lot to consider here. Ultimately, it's not, not just this one question, but as the EHPC is recommending right now to secure it in place.
Is the analysis of going to the state and getting the designation worth that route, or is there something we could do locally here to preserve it in a more local way? Because again, you kind of foreshadowed that it's probably not going to get designated for. I'm sure you guys have done the research. Why? I don't know if it's met all the, it doesn't meet all the boxes. And a cost and time, right? Is if that effort is better put something locally than going the state route.
It is already a historic local landmark, so that has already occurred.
Yeah, and on behalf of the commission, on page 3 of your staff report were the 3 options that were presented to the commission. Number 1 was the $50,000 to clean up, install security measures such as fencing, lighting, and boarding. And then option 2 was 3 times that cost to relocate it. And option 3 was even higher. So they did come to us with the bare minimum, which is right now, let's just try and secure it. And I think they are going to take it back under consideration. They wanted to bring it into the state historical, and as we explained to them, it's very much likely not. And then we'd have so much more to do. So at this point, all they are asking for is some time to look at it a little bit better by securing it with fencing, lighting, and boarding for safety and for a little bit more time. This is on their work plan for this year to look at it.
That's what I was saying, is like this is something as simple as that, and then they come back and they decide what they're going to do later. It could be just leave it, I don't know, or it could be generated by or pushed through by the MVU. So
I'm looking at it like so the way I look at this is there's really no harm, because one, as they've already said, one, we have a chance to preserve history, and while I understand that it might not make a designation at the state level, I'm also not seeing that there's not an issue with going to the county and talking with the supervisor about preservation of it. So that's one thing. Another issue, at the end of the day, we could go through all of this, secured, and then find out that it is structurally just not salvageable. But I also look at it that there's no harm in us trying to find out. Because we look back at it later, and if we don't at least try, and this is the last thing that we have, then we didn't even put forth an effort. And I'm going to be very frank. You guys have done exactly everything that you guys have done everything. You guys have went out. You've tried to find ways to preserve our history. This is one location. You've talked about the schoolhouse and how that technically wouldn't still qualify. So I am fine with just the initial estimate of the $58,000 and then coming back and then at least giving them time to figure out structurally if it is even worth it. And as we've already discussed, if it needs to be annexed, then it needs to be annexed. But I do think at some point we have to at least attempt to try.
Yeah, and I agree, right? I don't think it's really a question of should we preserve it. I think there's consensus that it should be preserved. Ideally, in an ideal world, we preserve it, and we put a fencing, security, lighting, etc. And then in the future, maybe it becomes something like a museum or something like that. We don't know. But Councilmember Bernard, actually, I had 2 things written down that I was going to comment on. One was, should it be preserved? And yes, it should be. And the second is, assuming we move forward with option number 1, almost $60,000 to preserve it or fence it and protect it from further deterioration, the big question still is it structurally sound? Is it going to stand, even if we spend almost $60,000, is it going to stand on its own for another 5-10 years? We don't know. We probably need professionals to come in and give us an assessment on that, right? So, yeah, I agree that it should be preserved. As Councilmember Delgado said, yes, it is some money, but it's hard to put a price on history, So I also want to commend the EHPC. Man, you guys, Vice Chair, you should be our in-house historian because you came with facts. So I want to commend you guys, for being super proactive and bringing this to us. So I definitely support the effort and would support, at least at a minimum, recommendation number 1.
I'll motion to approve staff's recommendation number 1 to protect the Hendrick Ranch Adobe at its current location. Number 2 to approximate 58,000 to clean and secure, and number 3 approve budget adjustments as set forth in the fiscal impact section of this report.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That carries unanimously. All right. We're almost there. Almost there. Next is item K6, Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission. Yeah, you can't leave yet. You gotta hang out with us a little longer. Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission official motto, and I'll turn it back to Director Frausto Lupo for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. So this item also is brought forward by the Environmental and Historical Preservation Commission. As we heard earlier this evening, Commissioner Dr. Mary McBean talked about a motto and what a motto is. The EHPC voted in May to recommend to the City Council to adopt an official EHPC motto to protect, defend, and promote our heritage through preservation. And the motto is proposed to capture the working goals of the Commission. Should Council consider approving this recommendation, then we are seeking for Council to direct staff to come back with the resolution for adoption. And as mentioned, we do have members of the EHPC here to help answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. And before we bring it back to the dais, I'm looking to the EHPC to see if anyone would like to come up and Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, newly minted Commissioner Jackson. As our staff liaison said, this is just going to be our commission motto. This won't have any exogenous or externality effects on the city's branding and the city's motto. This is, again, internally for our commission, and it really is just going to allow us to have better branding for our commission when it comes to some of our literature, our material, and our assets that we have when we're at different booths and different city events. So no cost related to this, and hopefully not too contentious as well. But if there's any other questions on the planning of how we came about that motto, I'm happy to facilitate those as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. And if you could hang out there just for a second while I bring it back to the dais and look to my colleagues if there are any questions.
Commissioner Jackson, if you would just briefly, how did this you end up with this motto? The protect, defend, and promote our heritage through preservation. What was the path?
So as our staff liaison said, my fellow commissioner, Dr. McBean, who was here previously, she did extensive research, and I understand there was quite some runway that she had of information and resource that she provided to the staff and our fellow commissioners, and looking also at other cities and the commissions that they have in their different mottos. And this was something that she brought and proposed to our commissions. They voted on it. I was just now coming onto the council or to the commission at that point, so I did not take that vote. But again, she did extensive research looking at other city commissions and really found something that embodied what our commission is looking to do for the city of Moreno Valley.
Absolutely.
So we wanted Commissioner Jackson to come and speak. He is our newly minted commissioner. But the motto came from our actual oath of office we take as commissioners. As commissioners, we swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, both of the state of California and of the United States. So in order to properly brand us and let the public know what their EHPC does for the city of Moreno Valley, the motto was preserve, protect, and defend our culture through preservation, our heritage through preservation. And that is the main hallmark of what we do in the commission. That is what this dais has appointed us to do. And as the previous line item has shown, we are doing it. This motto mainly is to educate the public and let them know what their commission is doing for them as an advisory to the city council.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the council? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, staff, as well. And we will move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We sure do. Dr. Mary McBean, followed by Riley Peak. Riley Peak.
I now have to be up at 6 in the morning tomorrow, so we'll see. I just wanted to say, just thank our EHPC for being such good inspirations to all of our commissions. They're definitely our most active commission with so many agenda items coming to council. I think at least every city council meeting, there's at least one item with their name on it, whether it's our flag competition, our last item, this item, just everything to make our city better. And they truly take that oath to heart and they go beyond that oath of just protecting our city and just making it better. It's definitely hard navigating what you can and can't do on commissions, and they nail it right, and they nail it on what you need to do, and they use their little leeway to provide great things for our city. And I honestly think it's great that they want to have branding, and I'm big on branding, as some of you can see, and branding is the most important part of a body. If you don't have a good brand, people won't trust you as much. So if you put through all this effort that they have put through for a motto, I feel like we should be expanding that to all of our commissions, and maybe even looking into it for everything that we do as a city and creating a motto for it. So just thank you all for all of your hard work and dedication to our city, and thank you all for taking it to heart and actually listening and taking their items onto the agenda. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we'll bring it back for any council deliberation, if desired.
I'll just say I appreciate you guys' hard work. Seriously, good job.
Likewise, it's great to see a commission that's, that embodies that unity, that spirit, and you guys are rocking and rolling. I mean, you're doing a great job.
I agree. You guys make me look good. And Dr. McBean and Ms. Pleasant as well, part of your commission. I know Mr. Jackson did a tour of all of our commissions and ended up on this. So that in itself is testimony to how great you guys are. But your work plan and the amount of work you put into these commission is commendable. And I thank you for continuing to bring us items.
Yeah, the passion is palpable. Like, you could see it on your face, and the camaraderie, just seeing how well you guys get along and how active, and it produces good fruit. So hats off to you guys. I agree with all of my colleagues and what they said as well. So
for an example.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So if there's no further deliberation, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
That's a motion. Okay, I'll second the motion.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously as well. And next up, we will move into item L, which is the Regional Commission Committee Board Reports. We do have a few this evening, but we will actually, I think I'll get us started here. Oh, no. We have the March Joint Powers Commission, so I'll hand it over to Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission special meeting held on June 30th, 2025. The Commission approved the 6th Amendment to the Disposition and Development Agreement for the March Life Care Campus Project. That concludes my update on the March Joint Powers Commission special meeting that was held on June 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have two reports that I'll be providing. First one is for the Riverside County Habitat Conservation Agency Board of Directors. And this is an update from the August 4th, 2025 meeting. At the RCA Board of Directors meeting on August 4th, wait, I want to make sure I'm getting the right one here. I have RCA, but I'm pretty sure, I believe that's Councilmember Bernard. I see RCHCA on the agenda here, but I don't see the update here. So we'll just skip that and come back. There is an update for RCTC. There's actually two updates because we had two meetings during the summer. So the first one is for the RCTC meeting on July 28th. So tonight I'm providing updates from the Riverside County Transportation Budget and Implementation Committee meeting held on July 28th. The committee approved the Riverside County Transportation Commission project ranking in response to the Southern California Association of Governments 2025 call for projects. The committee awarded 5 agreements to provide on-call internal public outreach and marketing services for a 3-year term in an amount not to exceed $1,750,000. The next meeting is scheduled to be held on August 25th. See, these are old, so that concludes that report for that meeting. And then another update also for RCTC for August 13th. The commission received an update from the Interstate 215 Pavement Rehabilitation Project. So we got an update directly from Caltrans District 8 representatives, the director and his staff. They provided updates on the maintenance and pavement work that is currently underway along the 215 corridor. It is split up into multiple phases, and it's taking place over the course of just over 2 years. And this particular scope of work includes pavement and maintenance work from the city of Menifee. I believe it's almost to the city of Murrieta on the 215. So they're doing repavement and maintenance all the way up through the city of Paris, just past the Ramone Expressway and Van Buren Boulevard. You can see a lot of that work now if you drive on the 215. And then they are beginning work into the city of Riverside, also on the 215. It goes almost to Blaine, and it comes all the way to the 215 interchange. So that work is supposed to start here within the next few months and should be completed next year. And then the third and final phase of this particular project, it's almost $60 million for the Moreno Valley 215 section that also is going to get repaved. So similar to the work that we do on our roads here in the city, the 215 on both sides will be repaved. That work is supposed to commence next year and is supposed to be completed in early 2027. So that's a good thing because the pavement that was deteriorating, especially south of Moreno Valley, was really becoming a safety issue. So just really glad that we're able to get this work done, and Caltrans is helping us with that. So the next meeting is scheduled on September 10th, 2025. And that concludes my report for the last RCTC Commission meeting. So next up, we'll go to RTA, the Riverside Transit Agency, and I'll hand it to Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight I'm providing updates from the RTA Board of Administration and Operations Committee meeting held on August 6th. The committee authorized staff to execute a change order with BSC Engineering to provide architectural and engineering services for 6 additional electric vehicle level 2 charging stations at the Hemet facility for a total project amount of $129,923. The committee also authorized to award an agreement to Bridge Rock Constructions, Inc. to renovate 9 restrooms at the Riverside facility. The next meeting is scheduled to be held on September 3rd of 2025, and that concludes my report on the last RTA Board Administration and Operations Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. And now we will go to WRCOG and the School Joint Task Force, and I'll hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem.
The school joint task force was held today. I don't have my meeting notes from the meeting, but we did meet today with the school districts, the partnering agencies, and police as well. They did tell us that they are doing extra enforcement in front of all of the schools, mostly focusing on visibility, so to correct behavior, because everybody knows the schools start, there's a bunch of traffic, people new to the schools not following traffic laws, so we're doing a lot of saturation out there with a lot of visibility to try and reduce the amount of bad drivers out there. So please take extra time in the morning getting to work or getting your kiddos to school. There's a lot more people out on the streets, especially in front of the schools. We did get some updates from our partners, including Think Together and Rising Stars, as well as the county supervisor, and a lot of programs that are wrapped around our youth are available, and we did share that today. That concludes my report for the Joint Task Force. As far as WRCOG, we did meet on August 4th. That day we decided to partner with the Washington Speakers Bureau to secure a speaker for our 2026 which is it? The Executive Committee, General Assembly, and Leadership. So in order of preference, the committee has chosen to try and contract with Bob Costas, Joel, John Maxwell, and then Tony Hawk. So that event will be held on June 18th, 2026 at the Pechanga Resort, and the next Executive Committee meeting is scheduled for September 8th, 2025 at 2 p.m. in the County of Riverside Administrative Center on Lemon Street. This concludes my WRCOG report, and since I have no closing comments, I'm going to also be excusing myself from the dais from tonight. So thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And then just to double check here, we also have an update for RCA, so I'll hand it over to Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. At the RCA Board of Directors meeting on August 4th, reports for the Western Riverside County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan fee collection for April and May, joint project review status, acquisition status, monthly investment reports for April and May 2025, single signature authority. Additionally, resolution number 2025-0112 and 2025-013 relating to the exempt surplus declaration of real property were approved. General Counsel staff provided a presentation on MSHCP clerical change to the conflict resolution process. Recommendation, a clerical change to the conflict resolution process so that the value of the property established during the conflict resolution process shall be within a range established by the property owner and RCA appraisals. The need for change is because the language of the MSHCP has not been clear with regard to the third appraisal. Therefore, in order to protect the rights of the property and to establish a clear and fair purchase price for the RCA, this clerical change was necessary. The board motioned to approve the adoption of the resolution and approve the MSHCP clerical change. Also, staff provided a presentation on the Western Riverside MSHCP Conservation Plan 101 Part 3, including the development process, reserve assembly, MSHCP compliance, JPR and HANS, and criteria refinement. There was no presentation on the reserve of the month due to the lack of time. Next meeting is October 6, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So with that, we'll go ahead and go to item M, Employee Association reports. We do not have one today. Next up, item N, the City Manager's report.
I'm going to actually forego any comments that I was previously going to state, but do want to make one comment. Chief Park just mentioned to me that there was an LA County Fire Department firefighter paramedic that passed away in our city, off duty. And so tomorrow there'll be a procession on the 215 coming from the coroner's office and so forth. So if you do see or hear of any of your constituents saying, hey, what's going on the 215 around noon, the procession will occur. our Moreno Valley firefighters from Riverside County, CAL FIRE, will be on the bridges as they typically do for processions. So just wanted to mention that so that you guys are aware of what's going on in case you hear anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and appreciate you letting us know. It's certainly a tragedy and very unfortunate to hear, but we'll make sure to close our meeting in his honor and memory as well.
If you are going to do that, his name was Jerry Guzman, firefighter, paramedic out of LA County Fire.
Jeremy Guzman. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next up, City Council closing comments. Future agenda items is after. So council closing comments, we'll go to District 4.
Thank you. I first want to welcome all the children back to school. Your parents, thank you for it. I certainly thank my kids for deciding to go back. Next week, my bad. Next week, on August 26th, I will be holding a community meeting at 10 a.m. at the Iris Branch Library. We usually do them in the evenings, so hopefully those of you that can come out at 10 a.m. on August 26th, please come out just to have some conversation and talk about some things going on in the city. I will essentially end this the way I always do, not really much. I hope everyone enjoyed their summer recess. I know some people felt like it was really long, but I think it helped refresh for the staff. It allowed everyone to be able to at least take some time off and plan for vacations, because I think people often forget that although the city staff and even us, we all serve at the pleasure for the love of what we do. Everybody needs a refresh and a break. So I took full advantage of that, being able to hang out with my children and spend time with them while still being available, because if you emailed, you got a response from me or a text. I still responded. But I will just say that the next few months as we wind down, we're going with September, or I like to call it the Burr months. I want everyone, don't you just get cold when you hear that? Yeah, exactly, the Burr months. Please just remember that as we embark on what's going to happen over the next few months, from, as we discussed, El Grito, Halloween is coming up, Thanksgiving, things like that. Please continue to take care of each other and to just make sure that you're aware that we're all here to help each other out. Not always going to say that things are going to get easier. I truly believe it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But I think as we've continued to say up here, as long as we're all united, then we can all stand together in this. And also, I know Mayor will probably mention it, everyone will probably mention it. City Manager had a chance and did not mention it, but we have State of the City on Thursday. That was the one thing you were supposed to mention. Yeah, we have State of the City on Thursday. It'll be a little different this year. We're going to kick it off with us having a meeting at 8 a.m. So happy to see some of y'all in the well. We'll be here bright and early. And we look forward to seeing all of you and having all of you come out. And with that, I close. And 10:08, I was right.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Next up, District 3.
I'll be brief. First of all, I want to say I'm glad to see everyone. Summer recess, was needed, was necessary for everyone, as Councilmember Bernard said. Also, the 2 days after her event, I'll have mine at August 28th at the Cupcake and Espresso Bar, right there at the heart of the District 3 on Cactus in Myrtle Beach, from 5:30 to 6:30. I changed it up a little bit from the previous one. It was from 5 to 6. Hopefully more people will stop by and say hi and listen to what all the great things are happening in District 3. Excited for the State of City. Today did my first rehearsal, so it was pretty neat with that we all got the opening, your song that you want to have, and going over the infrastructure improvements for that's been happening in the city. and again, I just want to say that this second half of the year, I hope that we are able to work more closely and make sure that we're moving the business of the city forward as best we can, as positively as we can, and reasonably as we can. So with that, I will close and wish everyone a good night. Hope everyone's still watching at 10:10 p.m. So good night.
Thank you. Next up, District 2.
I don't know if I'll beat that 2 minutes, but I'm going to try. So the next couple days, it's going to get hot. We are hosting cool centers, and if you go to moval.org/cool, you'll find the locations for those cooling centers, especially for our seniors, and I think the senior center is one of them. School is back in session, like it's already been said. Stop by your crossing guards. You guys see those crossing guards in everybody's district throughout the city. Stop by and thank them, because they have a thankless job and they do so much for our kids. Thank your teachers as well. Shaylinda has a couple of them to thank. I don't know if you guys have school, right? So thank your teachers. I think that the teachers get their boxes and then they go in their classrooms, they look at the classroom and they say, wow, what are we going to do this year? And they start pinning stuff up and they start the school year with our kids. So thank a teacher and thank you. In addition to that, this school year right now, the teachers are under a lot more stress than they've ever been because of the school year. What's going on in the country, right? Because now they're like, okay, so no one's coming to my classroom. That whole added stress. So thank you, teachers. We did attend a lot of events throughout the summer, but we also took, my family and I took some well-deserved or well-earned or well-needed time off. We had an addition to our family. My grandson was born on July 8th, so I have a grandson and a granddaughter now. So a lot of awesome time spending with them. So remember to make a difference. If you go, I know someone's going to shop, so thank the cashier, smile at them. You don't know what kind of day they're having. I can even make Chris smile. Look there he goes. Yep. So make a difference in the world and be kind to one another. You make someone smile, it changes their day. You never know what they're going through. So, and then tomorrow is Elena's big 5-0. So if you guys see her tomorrow, wish her happy birthday. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, thanks for mentioning MPT's birthday there. Was hoping we would all sing her happy birthday, but you know she headed home, so we'll have to do that another time. But a happy birthday to Mayor Pro Tem. And for my closing comments, just a couple things here as well. Over the summer, I was able to collaborate with our state senator, Sabrina Cervantes. She hosted the 3rd annual Educate and Elevate event, and that took place at Sunnymead Middle School. And the whole point of that event was to provide school supplies for like the classroom and throughout the school year for teachers in Moreno Valley Unified School District. So that was really nice. The teachers were so happy, and I just want to thank our senator for bringing that to the city of Moreno Valley, because it's the first time that I've seen that particular type of event be hosted here by one of our state representatives. So really, really appreciate Senator Cervantes and all of the other electeds that participated, and all those who sponsored the event as well. Also, the 3rd annual backpack giveaway at the Moreno Valley Mall. I mentioned it before the summer recess. Ultimately, we were able to distribute over 1,500 backpacks this year. It's every year has grown, and the turnout continues to grow. Want to thank all of the sponsors as well, and especially the organizers, Ms. Kimberly Taylor from Moreno Valley Unified School District. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Her nonprofit KYMS for really helping to take care of all the logistics and the planning. And then Cuba Brown from Family is All That Matters, Phi-Atum. We've seen them here a few times in the chamber, so appreciate them. And then all the vendors that came out as well from all the different institutions, Moreno Valley College, you had Valverde Unified, you had businesses there. It was great. So just thank everybody that made that happen, and of course the folks at the Moreno Valley Mall as well. Then, as has been mentioned, the State of the City, we hope to see you there on Thursday, and that's something that continues to grow every year as well. The demand grows, and we have limited capacity. It would be nice to have a larger ballroom or a conference center. We'll get there hopefully sooner rather than later, but for now, look forward to seeing those that will join us for the State of the City on Thursday as we provide updates on all the exciting things that we're working on, all the things that we're doing together here in the city of Moreno Valley and what the future looks like. So look forward to seeing you on Thursday. And then that's all I have actually for my closing comments. So I will pause there and we will move into item P, which is future agenda items. And I'll look to my colleagues here if there are any requests. I do have just very quickly, I don't think we need to take action on this, but hopefully staff could follow up on this. Actually, Chris Baca mentioned earlier, I don't think he's here anymore, but he mentioned some issues or concerns with backflow devices on certain properties. So if that's something that's within our subject matter jurisdiction, hopefully it's something that we could look into. And then also something that I've noticed, and hopefully I'm not the only one, around the city, I don't know under whose jurisdiction it is, but and I'm going to butcher this. I'm going to try to describe it. There are like utility box type of structures around the city. I don't know if it's for irrigation controls or what it is. I'll send you guys a picture, but there's so many of those across the city that are knocked over, kicked over, vandalized, broken into. I don't know if people are trying to rip the wires out of them or what they're doing, but it's a common thing around the city. So I'll send you a picture, but that's another thing that I think needs to be addressed because it's an eyesore.
If you want to send the picture of exactly the location, that's fine, but they're Frontier.
Frontier.
And we're working with them. In fact, we had one at Community Park and had to work with them to basically take it down and take it out, put new concrete in and so forth. So it's a process that Public Works is working on.
Got it, thank you. And then the last one, which actually is a formal proposal that I would like to present to my colleagues here. Over the summer, I didn't mention it again, but we were able to, Councilmember Delgado was there, City Manager Mohan was there, and members of our staff were there for the Jamil Dada Character Excellence Awards here at the March Airfield Museum. And our keynote speaker was Kenyon Barner, a three-time Super Bowl champion. He won a couple with Tom Brady and the Eagles and the Buccaneers, who lives here, is from here, one of our pride and joys of the city of Moreno Valley. So where I'm going with this is that I would like for us to explore a Moreno Valley Hall of Fame to really honor and highlight and put folks that come from our city up on a pedestal, to give them a rightful pedestal to highlight their accomplishments and everything that they've done, whether that is, Kenyon Barner or Kawhi Leonard, NBA champion. I'm sure there's other folks that maybe we personally know or through friends that we've heard of that have come out of our high schools and have gone on to achieve success. And Daryl Thomas, yeah. So there's folks that I think deserve more recognition for all of their accomplishments, and the city should probably highlight them. So without going into more detail, I think it's something I would like for us to explore and figure out how we put that together and see how we collaborate with our commissions. It's probably something that would be a perfect fit, for the EHPC. So I would just propose that and put that out for my colleagues to consider. If we could add that to a future agenda and have that discussion.
Yeah, I'm fine. Go ahead and second that, to put that on an agenda, and then we can deliberate about where it would go, because I have an idea of where it would go, because I can see where it would possibly go already.
Well,
possibly the mall.
Let me just, based on the new, as we're coming back from summer recess, let me just remind council that future agenda items now need a motion, a second, and an actual vote. Yeah.
Thank you. And so I guess I'll make the motion, a second from Councilmember Bernard.
The vote.
Yes, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado? And Mayor Pro Temp is not here. Mayor Cabrera,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues as well. Hopefully, this is something that is a good thing for all of us. So with that, we'll go ahead and move into adjournment, and as we adjourn, we will close today's meeting in honor and memory of two individuals. One, to pay tribute to Officer Miguel Cano. As we close tonight's meeting, let us pause to honor Officer Miguel Cano, a 34-year-old California Highway Patrol officer from Moreno Valley who tragically passed away earlier this month in the line of duty in Culver City. We extend our respect and condolences to his family, loved ones, and fellow officers. His service and sacrifice will stand as a lasting example of courage and dedication. And on a similar note, also would like to close tonight's meeting in memory of firefighter Jerry Guzman, excuse me. Jerry Guzman from the LA County Fire Department.
Yes.
And with that, we will officially adjourn and close tonight's meeting at 10:21 p.m. Thank you and have a good night.